spectacular, magnificent for Mills.
And he won't be winning this leg. In our first top.
Hit a 1-4-2 to punish in his previous match. He's hit a 1-4-7 to punish.
And he gets it in the bottom left corner. Oh, it's beautiful from Martin Thomas. And he holds it.
Good afternoon, welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Yesterday, John Henderson, the Highlander, the reigning World Seniors Champion, booked his passage through to finals night for a 7th consecutive occasion. When it comes to this afternoon, we've got some big names looking to do so for the first time. Jamie Atkins looking to do it the third time of trying, whilst Robert Thornton is looking to keep up a very impressive record of making it through as well. We're going to be watching all the action today in the company of prime-time Matthew Edgar, but first things first, let's talk about John Henderson, the winner of Group A and the deserving winner of Group A. He was pretty much dominant throughout.
You've summed it up there. Deserved, dominant. That was John Henderson. That's how you can sum it up. He was dominant from start to finish. He lost that first game against Robert Thornton, then went on a massive run. Again, only losing to Robert Thornton on day number 2. It was solid. It was clinical. He mentioned yesterday that sometimes he feels his doubles let him down, but he had so much time at the back end of legs because he was just finding that minimum of a treble a throw all the time. His consistency at the top end was just too much for everybody.
So the World Seniors Champion through to Saturday night's final. This is the tournament bracket as we head into the second half of the week. Group B is what we're going to be watching later on this evening. Danny Jansen and Cam Crabtree coming down from Group A. Chris Gilliland, Kevin Burnett and Aidan Kirk joining the party. 2 Northern Irishmen, and Kirk, of course, who made his name at the UK Open 10 years ago. Right, in Group C, we're going to see Kevin Mills, Robert Thornton and Jeroen Caron dropping down from Group A. Jamie Atkins, Martin Thomas and Sean Holley will join the mix. And let's begin by talking about Robert Thornton, because it's been a bit of a mixed bag of a week. At his best, he's provided some really good stuff, but when he's been off the boil, he's been fairly off the boil.
I think that's Robert Thornton at the moment. That's the issue. Because one thing we see with Robert Thornton at the moment is almost an inability to control his emotions during the game. Now, Robert Thornton, you get him away from darts. I've had a good chat with him this morning for about 20 minutes away from this arena. And it was a completely different conversation to the one you'd have here. It's like he assesses it the same way, but he just can't seem to get that control over his game at the moment. But when he does, he is absolutely flying. He is dangerous. He's won so many titles. He's got probably the best CV of anybody in this group. And you'd look at this on paper, you'd expect him to be the favourite. So this is one of those things for Robert Thornton. If it starts well, he wins this group easy. But it's got to start well. He can't start off with a bad performance in the first couple of games, because I think that will carry on.
So Robert Thornton, one of the big names and one of the big favourites to go on and win this Group C as well. He goes off second favourite, 12-5, but it's Jamie Atkins at 11-5 who goes off as the favourite. He's a player of a big CV, a player who's coming into these events now with a big reputation. He's made it to the final of a Challenge Tour this year. He's got to the last 16 of a Players' Championship this year. It's his third appearance here. He's yet to get through to a Saturday night. For a player as good as him, playing as well as he is that now the minimum expectation to get out of this group?
Yeah, there's a couple of things there that really intrigue me. So I was going to sit here today and talk about Jamie Atkins in a way of I think he's a good value play for the group. I didn't see the odds until just now. And with that in mind, I now don't think he represents the same level of value because of what you said there about him not being through to a Saturday night before. For me, getting through to Saturday night is the minimum expectation. I know he sort of talks a little bit differently about the game, but certainly if I was in his shoes, I'd be expecting to get through a group like this.
From what you've seen and what you've looked at in terms of Jamie, what looks like his best attributes?
I've known Jamie a long time. A long time. We're from the same county. He lives about 10 miles down the road from me. Know his father, know the family. So I know Jamie quite well. Now, with Jamie, this journey hasn't been easy. It's not been plain sailing for him. He's had setbacks along the way. So with that in mind, and with the issues I know he's had prior to this recent burst of form over the last couple of years, I would say resilience. And he's going to have to show that at times in this group.
Be interested to see how he gets on. And he's going to be playing in our first match of the morning session. Jamie's in action against Robert Thornton. As for Jamie, a third appearance here, looking for his first finals night. A place where Robert Thornton's been more often than any other player. This is his 14th appearance at the Super Series, more than any other player. He's made 11 finals nights here, more than any other player. But he's yet to win a week in regulation here at the Super Series. He'll be looking to change that fact against the man from the Midlands, Jamie Atkins, and I caught up with him early on this morning. Jamie, third appearance for yourself here at the Super Series, third appearance in Group C. Hoping third time's the charm?
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I think that Saturday night is the main aim. Anything else, bonus.
What would be your assessment of the way you played the last 2 times you were here? Because you played well, but just unable to get through to the Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, first time I played really well. I think I was a little bit unlucky. Second time, I let myself down, really.
In terms of this year, it's been a fruitful year for yourself. Made a final on the Challenge Tour this year. You played for England in recent times as well. Has this been a year where you've really burst onto the scene, do you feel?
Yeah, I think this is my year. This is the year where I've grown as a dart player.
When you say grown, in what facets and in what ways?
Well, I've played darts a long time, but I've had the backing this year. I've had the support from the family. So, yeah, so this year I've sort of give it the free run.
You're in the same management stable as Danny Lau, but how important has it been to have people and a management team that's been on your side, to be able to support your journey?
Oh, it's been huge. Someone to put their belief and their backing in me has been great. And I just feel relaxed when I'm playing darts, feel confident all of a sudden.
And when you look at this group this week, obviously you've got the likes of Robert Thornton in there, you've got other top players in there, but you must feel the form that you're in, the way you play. As you said, this year has been a year that you're one of the main hitters in this group.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the group and it's still full of quality. You don't look at Group C and think it's going to be an easy group. You look at the names in there, they've all been there. Look at Robert Thornton, he's done it, hasn't he?
Well, we wish you all the very best over the course of the next couple of days. Jamie, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Speaks very well, does Jamie Atkins. Actually said prior to that interview he was fairly nervous about doing something like that. But if he continues to improve and the rate that he has done in 2024, he's going to have to get used to doing things like that. Robert Thornton's been doing it for the best part of 15 to 20 years. But this is a man that is blossoming in his mid-30s. The 36-year-old Jamie Atkins from Warwick. His third appearance here at the Super Series. Looking to make it through to a first finals night. Up against Robert Thornton, the most experienced player when it comes to this competition. It's his 14th appearance here. Tries to run her up in weeks, 6 times a semi-finalist in weeks, and looking for that first regulation weekly win. A meeting between two of the favourites, well, the 2 favourites to go on and win the group. Atkins 11-5 with the bookmakers, Thornton 12-5 with the bookmakers to go on and win this Group C. It is a blockbuster way to kickstart the afternoon's action. Your referee, Paul Hinks from Yorkshire, 4 times refereeing a World Championship final, including Gerwyn Price's World Championship winning against Gary Henderson in 2021. Matthew Edgar's alongside me in commentary this afternoon for all of the action from Group 57. C. And this isn't a bad way to start.
No, really good one here. And Jamie Atkins picked out Robert Thornton, didn't he, in the interview as being one 96. Of the names and the CVs that he's very familiar with. So maybe not the ideal game for Jamie here, where for Robert Thornton, he's had a couple of days on the board now, a couple of days on the stage in his Group A campaign. And he may just fancy the challenge here of serving it up to the man who's favourite to win the group in Jamie Atkins.
One thing we do know is Robert does have a tendency to go off at the beat of the bang, and his best performances in a day tend to be at the beginning of a day.
100.
So particularly on Monday, it was a bright start. He got the better with John Henderson, and they just dovetailed towards the end. But a Group C environment
40.
Where maybe you can get away with a good start at the slow end in Group B, and you can ill afford some of the lackluster end to days that he had in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
100.
I don't want to send the flares up too early, but these darts from Robert Thornton are landing in at a consistent angle here.
96.
And that is why you're getting instant reaction as well from Robert Thornton. He will know he's not releasing the darts correctly. It's the opening leg of the day. It can turn around very quickly. But These are just things that will concern you as a player. And he's starting low. I mean, he's probably looking at the 229, but
95.
traditionally you'd
Jimmy
use the last
Carr,
start for that
106.
situation. Worrying signs for Thornton early on.
Possibly some early triggers. Atkins looking to trigger the beginning of a day for ton plus checkout. Double 16.
90.
Clips the wire.
Robert Carr,
And
134.
he now hopes that Thornton hasn't got yet another ton plus check in the locker. His big finishing, particularly on
94,
Tuesday, was
Jimmy Carr,
ultra
16.
impressive. Took out 142s and 147s in consecutive matches.
Getting shot on the first leg,
Atkins
Jimmy
will
Atkins.
take the opening leg of the day by pinning double 8. And it was a fairly
Young lady
comfortable
Robert is
start
through first. Game on.
to proceedings for the man from the Midlands.
I'll settle him down, settle him in. So this is not unusual
26.
for him anymore. But more signs there of Robert Thornton's action deserting him early on here. The entire shoulder going into that throw. Jamie Atkins sensing the opportunity here.
140.
This is good experience play here. When you can see that little bit of weakness within your opponent, you've got to take advantage.
100.
And that's where Jamie Atkins is growing as a player. I disagree with quite a bit that he said in that interview. I really do. He said this is his
58.
year. I don't believe that at all. I think Jamie Atkins can do a lot more than he's done this year. I think he can win titles. I think he can go deeper in Pro Tours. I think he could be a tour card holder.
81.
And he also said that he's grown as a player. I disagree with that. I think he's growing. Grown suggests that he's already there. So it shows you he's quite happy with where he is at the
41.
moment. But I think there's a lot more still to come.
And she's been taken on by a management company which manages Danny Lowby.
140.
And they're very much working together as part of a team, is Danny and Jamie, both based in the Midlands. Danny moving over since getting his tour card in
92.
January.
Robert Carr, 154.
And Jamie's probably one of those players, there's a lot like it in this game, where they're a fairly good player, but they
32.
need that backing of some
Junior
sort
Carr,
to take him to a
170.
level as to where he finds himself now.
$58. Robert Carr, 122.
He's double 7.
108.
Fine effort there for Robert
Jimmy Carr,
Thornton.
112.
Jamie Atkins now presented with an opportunity to break.
92 left. Not to be on this occasion.
56. Robert Carr,
So
14.
Thornton will come back for another 3 at double 7. He only needs the
Getting shot on
one
the
to
second
square
leg,
up at one
Robert
apiece.
Thornton. Third leg, Jamie to through first. Game on.
Heading into the equipment bag is Robert Thornton. Not overly pleased with the way things have gone so far. I don't think either
58.
player will be overly enamoured with the start that they've made.
$120.
Something we were just talking about this morning, actually. Robert Thornton was frustrated with the timingness of some of the bounce outs he's received over the past couple of days.
98.
What in your mind is that down to, the sheer amount of bounce outs he's had?
It could be a lot of things.
140.
Could just be the angle of which the darts entered the board. It could be hitting the point on the way in, hitting the equipment on the way in, such as the flights, just taking the pace
100.
out of it. And certainly in today's case, just looping the darts a little bit.
$80.
Well, he was aware that they've been coming at their worst times, and even if those was 2 single 20s, he would be on a much more gettable finish right now of the 1-2-1, only needing the 1 treble. But that was in the
Robert
treble,
Carr,
and he would have clearly
161.
seen it was as well.
And he's not going to take out the 161. But what he has
137.
done is left
Jimmy
himself
Carr,
on a double after
112.
12 to threaten the break of throw. Atkins has to take this ton plus out. Stays with the single. He's got open bed to aim at on double 16.
96.
And just like a couple of legs ago,
Robert
misses that
24.
double for a ton plus checkout. But is he going to consequently find himself behind? Because
21.
Thornton has missed 3
Jim Ricard,
opportunities
16.
to get the break of throw. Atkins gets a reprieve.
That was a genuine opportunity as well there for Robert Thornton.
He's
Despite
showing
the
the
2
third leg,
darts on
Jamie
the floor, he
Atkins.
still had 3 darts, and that's going to frustrate him. But Jamie
Fourth leg,
Atkins
Roberts
halfway
in
to his
first.
first points
Game
of this
on.
group.
$96. $134.
Feels like one of those contests where somebody's just got to take the ball by the horns a little bit. But a little bit cagey these first 3 legs.
120.
And once again, Thornton falling victim to a bounce out.
And I dare say all 3 of those on first impressions was all treble 20s.
57.
That's 180 points on the floor in less than 2 legs. But that's a perfect dart. He would have been expecting to have filled that up.
100.
The angle of entry for the dart differs for each individual player in terms of where they'd like it to be. You see Jamie Atkins there just having to shuffle across to the right-hand side
60.
because his dart's a little bit more violent on the upright angle.
Now, to put that in perspective, that first dart was Cam Crabtree's first dart. That would have been a perfect lie for a couple of trebles to plonk in on top.
65.
Then by virtue, what Jamie's perfect first dart is, stood just above the treble wire, would be awful for him.
Crabtree will be back this evening, 10 o'clock for Group B action. That's if he's got back from London. I believe he went to the O2 last night, didn't he?
Yeah, he went to a
50.
concert.
Robert
Not a
Ricard,
bad way to spend a day.
120.
Win 4 out of 5 in a Group A and then go and watch a concert. Is Robert Thornton going to be rocking and rolling to the Tungsten tune? Is he going to be climbing the ladder?
80.
Can't be a bit of live music, can you, Matt?
60. Robert Ricard, 40.
Well, Robert Thornton missed a few opportunities in the last leg, but he tends to not miss on this breakdown.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Robert
If you
Thornton.
love tops, you normally love 10s.
5th leg, Jamie to throw first. Game
Robert
on.
Thornton doesn't look like he's enjoying too much up there, despite being level in the match. 6 points better off in the average, but he needs to find a break from somewhere.
And also very interesting
84.
to see at the back of the stage, he's constantly going back to his case. Now, I can't quite see what he's doing, but it just looks like, I don't know whether he's just constantly changing equipment or constantly doing something.
41.
But you don't often see that from Robert.
Sometimes it's just to move away from the situation, try and detach yourself from the game. You see a lot of players over the
58.
past, Mensa Suljevic, Phil Taylor, just go over and just touch the case or move things around. I think there was once playing Phil Taylor, I watched him unzip and
140.
zip his case back up about 17 times.
Apparently, Thornton was just
96.
roughening up the point somewhat, just to evade the possibility of further bounce outs.
56. $99.
Big last start. Keeps that advantage of throw in his favour. Forces Thornton to hit something big.
140. Jamie Carr, 164.
But you ask Thornton the questions, most of the time he's got the answers.
$85 left.
88.
Go down for the
Robert
treble
Carr,
19, which will give him
124.
free at double 14 if he hit. And Thornton isn't going to get at least a dart at the bullseye because he's gone astray with dart 1. And so Atkins, who for a moment looked like his
40.
throw was going to be under
Jamie
severe
Carr,
pressure,
76.
should get first opportunity at a double in this leg. May just be one. will just be one at tops. And he
Game
only
shot
needed
off
the
fifth leg,
one.
Jamie Atkins.
Jamie Atkins puts his nose in front at 3-2. It's been a frustrating
Sixth
affair
leg,
for
Robert
the
is through
pair.
first. Game on.
Neither have really got out of fifth gear so far in this contest, but it's Atkins who's one away from the victory post.
I like what we see. I like what we heard just then. How many times this week have we seen someone when the performance hasn't been quite there, but they hit what they want? They take that check out, they take the lead, and they walk to the board,
58.
shaking their head, waving their arms around. Not Jamie. Come on, he says, as he hits it. He's happy. He's in front. He's a leg away.
100.
Doesn't matter about the statistics. Doesn't matter about the average. It's about winning, and I like that characteristic there from Jamie.
And because he's played so well here in the past, he
81.
had an average of running around 91 in his first appearance and didn't qualify through to the finals. When you have experiences where you've played one you haven't got through or got where you feel like you've deserved,
100.
when you come back to something, do you almost play with the air of, I don't care how, as long as I do?
Well, the danger you've got is you can fall into that trap of going, right, I need to do more.
140.
You don't. You just got to do the same thing. You're not going to get those results with that level of performance on every single situation. So it was just an unfortunate time. Players
59.
outperformed on those situations. You take it on the chin. You come back. You produce again. The biggest danger, like I said, is you come back, I need more, and you push and you force. But he's forcing the issue here on the Robert
140.
Thornton throw.
It's left a 2-darter after 12 to cross the finishing line and get the better of the Twice World Seniors champion. That's his fourth bounce out of the contest, and that could be one that costs him the
77.
contest.
Jamie O'Connor, 82.
He's left himself on 118, but Atkins for the match, 82. One darter, double top. It's
Game
all he
shot on the last,
needs.
Jamie Atkins.
Clinical towards the end. Atkins making a push towards the line. A 4-2 victory against Robert Thornton. And the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win Group C is up and running. It wasn't a classic contest. At times, both players had to grind out what they got in that game. But Atkins crosses the line, a 4-2 winner, average of 83.5. His doubling was really good, 4 from 6. And it looked like tops towards the end of the contest was on a bit of a string. Coming up after the break, it's Martin Thomas against Caron. It's Wales up against Belgium. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jamie Atkins got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 2, averaging 83.5 in the contest, 4 from 6 when it came to his doubling. The bookmakers' favourite up and running. Next up for us, Martin Thomas, the 52-year-old from Wales, twice weekly semi-finalist here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Hasn't been here for a year. Up against Caron from Belgium, 37 years of age, from Longemark, which is close to Ypres, which is on the coast of Belgium. His second appearance here at the Super Series, having won the Benelux Trophy earlier on in 2024. That your referee, Paul Hinks from Yorkshire in England, a referee of 4 PDC World Championship finals, a referee of numerous World Match Play finals, and was infamously the referee for the 2018 Grand Slam of Darts final. One of the greatest referees that the sport has ever seen, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to welcome him here to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth once again. It's also a privilege and a pleasure to welcome Martin Thomas to the stage once again. The last time he was here, he had a literal mic drop moment. He did an interview up on the old balcony and decided to walk off midway through.
Do you want a Paul Hinks insightful story before we get into the action?
60.
I couldn't think of anything better.
I mean, if you was a betting, he's here for what, today, tomorrow and Saturday, 3 days.
Yep.
A banker is over 5.5 pot noodles. He eats pot noodles every single day. It doesn't matter what time of day. I go downstairs, he's sat on the sofa eating a pot noodle.
100.
Is there any particular pot noodle that he eats more than any other?
I haven't looked that far into it, to be honest. But if you want some further insight, I like to ask players from various
55.
places. And do you know, I was on the practice board a week or two ago at the World Masters with a young Welshman called Luke Oldham. And I always
81.
like to ask people of different generations who they think are the best from certain places and areas. And I asked him, I says, who do you think is the best Welsh dart player right now without
59.
a tour card? He named Martin Thomas. And he says Martin Thomas has got an ability that he has yet to show. And do you know what? I've seen glimpses of this
96.
ability from Martin Thomas. I've seen what he's capable of. I love the angle of entry of his dart. I agree that there's more to come.
I think Martin's one of those players, I don't think he'll mind us mentioning
83.
this, that
Matthew Carr, 105.
darts isn't the be-all and end-all. There's a lot of things going on. He's got a young family as well and sorting lots of things out as he misses the single 5 there on the back of the 105. There's a lot of things that go on away from the board, which means that
73.
usually his
Jerome
priorities
Nicol,
aren't always
164.
darts, which is why he hasn't been here for the best part of a year. Because if he was available, he would be a regular customer, series in, series out. But it's always a pleasure to welcome
57. Matthew Carr, 32.
Martin to this competition, and he's looking to open up a 1-0 lead if he can pin 88. And now 44.
24.
Clips the wire, bends the wire.
Jerome Carr, 107.
Treble needed. Not that one.
53.
Martin Thomas,
Matthew
another
Carr,
opportunity to hold on to his throat. Chasing it round.
8. 6. Jerome Carr,
Another
54.
bend of the wire for Martin Thomas. They've been good attempts at a double, but they've not been attempts that have been successful. But neither of those
34.
two from Jeroen Caron.
Matthew Carr, 2.
Slow start, edgy start, and quite often people say 1 up, 1 in on this situation. Martin Thomas, that's the reason it doesn't work for him. He
Game shown
finds
the
it on
first
the
leg,
open
Martin
side of the
Thomas.
bed. The flat angle of entry ends up blocking it off.
Second
I
leg,
think he
Jerome
said to
to throw
Caron,
first.
shall we start
Game on.
now, pal? But you mentioned he's got a young family, he does, and his son also plays darts. Keenan Thomas plays on the PDC
140.
Development Tour, recently played in the Youth World Championships. Actually beat Danny Jansen as part of that event, who is coming up later on in our Group B campaign.
135.
Had a good run recently as well at the Welsh Open.
45.
I remember last time Martin was here about a year ago, and he was talking about
121.
just remember, this is going to be another father-son team that will be playing here at the Super Series because he's a special player. And he's beginning to do some really good things,
60.
as you mentioned, across the circuit. Will Darting family. His 3 children you can see on the left sleeve of his shirt.
60.
Real family man is Martin. Just one of the game's real good guys.
78.
Jamie, Keenan and Ryan. Man who quite literally
45.
wears his heart on his sleeve, Martin Thomas. And he's left himself on a finish with a breaker throw and a 2-0 lead, but Caron will feel like he's in a better position to set up, to square up.
58. Matthew Carr, 140.
Just underneath, but that's okay for a treble. And now he'll go high to leave himself. Well,
81.
he should have left
Veronica
himself topped, but
120.
another lazy dart into a single bed could well cost him. Caron looking at tops of the 120.
80. Matthew Carr, 59.
Doubles causing some troubles here for the pair.
Game shot on the
No
second leg.
problems there for Martin
Thomas.
Thomas, and a nice, clean, confidence-building finish there for Martin.
Third leg, Martin to throw first. Game on.
See, last time Martin was here,
100.
we asked him why Martin C. Thomas, what was the reason, and he told us. And now I can't remember, so it's like really cutting-edge punditry there from me.
40.
Oh, a loose start. And that happens sometimes with Jeroen Caron, and that comes in that rotation of the dart.
180.
See here, he just spins the dart. Watch it in the hand, spins the dart. And there's
45.
sometimes here that when he spins the dart, he's not catching it in that same place. And certainly we've seen when he started the forward motion, that spin's still in place. It makes me
46.
wonder if Jeroen Caron would benefit from maybe a change of equipment that incorporates a scallop. A little bit like Connor
100.
Scott. If you remember the darts of Connor Scott, he's got that scallop at the back of the dart, and on that drawback, the thumb sits perfectly within that groove. I wonder if something like that would
123.
benefit Jeroen Caron to counteract when he just spins that dart on the drawback.
Well, this has been a
41.
much improved
Matthew
leg
Carr,
from
52.
Martin Thomas. Now 2 up and looking to push through the gears. Tops for a potential 14 darter,
32.
but he is going to get plenty of time. And he has been afforded plenty of time. He's already missed 10 darts at a double in this contest. The scoring, in fairness, hasn't been too bad.
23. Matthew Carr, 20.
And if he wants to, he can get it done in 21 darts.
Getting shot on the third
But he'll
leg.
get it done in
Martin Thomas.
17. Martin Thomas, maybe not vintage so
Fourth leg,
far.
Caron to throw
But
first.
he leads
Game
Jeroen
on.
Caron by 3 legs to 0.
Jeroen Caron shown signs, didn't he, in Group A that you suggested
100.
that maybe he didn't get his rewards and maybe he'll get some more wins in Group C, but he's not finding anything like that level here.
60.
Well, when we looked at this group before a dart was
50.
thrown, on paper it was fairly evenly matched. If you look at the 3 players Group A stats, you look at the 12-month stats of the players. The outlier was actually Jamie Atkins, the 88.95, but everybody
140.
else was within a point of each other in terms of their Group A stats and in terms of their annual stats. Now, for Martin, the last recorded games we've got is from around about a year ago.
60.
His running stats, 83.86, 35% in terms of his doubles. For Jeroen Caron, he actually had the best Group A numbers of the players that dropped into Group A. They all averaged 84.
97.
84.95, 40% on the doubles, but it's been a shadow of those performances so far in this game. And Martin Thomas, the Welshman, making his return to
29.
the Live Lounge stage after a year away, is 6 darts away from marking that return of a win.
I've
84.
never seen a dejected look on Caron like we're seeing at the moment, and that will be because the darts just won't stay out the 5. He's only falling over the hockey now. A sign that he's just throwing a little bit too much into these darts. He's not quite as static and as stable as he has been the last couple of days. No surprise to see him running for cover here.
49. Martin Caron,
Just nothing in
120.
sync at the moment for Jeroen.
As for Martin Thomas, he won't be overly enamored with the performance, but he'd be happy enough with the win if he was to get it. He's not going to do it with a ton topper,
60.
but he is going to halve the score, and he is going to return to still a 4-0 success.
$92. Martin Caron, 60.
For the match, and to seal a 4-0 win. And it's another missed single for Martin Thomas, which means only 1 dart at tops.
20.
And the stew of his
Veronica
game has been
Caron,
needing
121.
numerous opportunities to see a leg out.
But he's been getting them. He's been getting opportunities. And he'll get more if Caron cannot hit the ball.
Getting shot on the 4th leg. Jerome
No
Caron.
problem whatsoever. A little bit of a shot from nowhere. I think it's even
5th
surprised
leg, Martin
Caron.
through first. Game on.
Well, that's the second time that Jeroen Caron has taken out a 1-2-1 checkout this week. He did so on Tuesday to seal a 4-2
96.
victory against the Dutchman Danny Jansen, who we're going to watch in action later on this evening. It's a double session day here at the Live Lounge. 10 o'clock, Group B gets underway.
50.
It's got to be said as well that some of these darts for Caron have been a bit unfortunate there. The 2 darts in the treble 5 right on the wire. And he's had a few
137.
right in the corner of that single 5 as well. They've not been a million miles away. But that's where also you get... There's another one. Right on the corner of the treble 1.
83.
Then just underneath. When you're crowding it like this, it's more frustrating. You'd prefer to be missing by a mile because you know you're doing something wrong you can put right.
125. 100. Martin Caron, 143.
Took out a 1-4-3 the last time he was here. He may take it out to win the match, but not on this occasion.
91.
2 darts away from a 4-1 win, and for Jeroen Caron, it's a
60. Martin
opening
Caron,
match
52.
to this group to forget. Martin Thomas won't be pleased with the performance, but he'll be
Finish on the
pleased
match,
with the
Martin
points.
Thomas.
And he'd be happy enough that he finished off a 14-darter as well. It wasn't a vintage game, but Martin Thomas gets the better of Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 1. Shake of the head from the Welshman. Not overly pleased, but he'll take the 2 points nonetheless. Sean Holley and Kevin Mills follows this short break.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again. 180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? He's on a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cook!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious, wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Martin Thomas got the better of Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 1. Not a classic encounter, but Martin Thomas marking his return to the Modus Super Series stage with a win. 2 debutants going toe-to-toe in Game 3. A first look at Sean Holley, the 39-year-old from Bicester, debuting in this contest. And if you don't know who he is, well, you'll know all about him by the end of today. It's Kevin Mills, his opponent, 34 years of age from Gwent, making his debut in this competition. Anything the matter, Matt?
Where's he from?
Bicester.
First leg, Sean to through first.
So Bicester.
Game on.
I did, and I've been promptly corrected by our brilliant producer in my ear.
It's like when you watch the wrestling and they go to Leicester and they're like Leicester and
100.
things like that. It's like,
Anyway, he's from in and around Oxfordshire way, and he's a very good player, very capable
132.
player. He's played for his county for around about 17, 18 years now. Has been taken on by
44.
some sponsors in recent times, and a player who's been prolific around that circuit and now really looking to push on a bit more of an individual basis.
140. $66.
he's had a bit of success recently, hasn't he? Won the national pairs not too long ago, which tough title to win. That's all your winners from all your counties and super leagues
55.
from all around the UK. So a very, very tough title to get your hands on. He started his county season quite well this year,
31.
and he speaks well, doesn't he? Like, he just enjoys the game and wants to find that enjoyment in it. As said, he may go do some of the WDF events next year. No real aspirations to look at
45.
things such as Q School at the moment. Does have a young family and says other things take priority at times, but relishing the
43.
opportunity here
WK
to have a go
129.
at the Super Series.
But he may well be about to lose his first leg of the Super Series on throw. Mills 6 starts from
40.
129 to take out the opening leg. Can only put a hole of 40 in it.
91. WK
Big
89.
last start there for Sean, but Mills 89 to get the opening leg of a break. 2 in his hand, a double 16.
57. Sean Ricard 126.
Well, this would be a way to settle yourself down. It's not going to go. Just slightly on the left-hand side wire, just like he's been doing on the treble 20 as well, just slightly to the
Kevin
left.
Ricard 32.
Double 60 to take out the opening leg against Fro. The problem with Kevin's darts is because they
No score.
go in at
Sean
an angle
Ricard
like
70.
that. If a dart goes like that, it could be awkward for him.
32. Kevin O'Carr, 32.
If he misses this outside, it becomes awkward for Kevin. But that's
Getting
not
shown the
awkward at
first
all.
leg,
Mills
Kevin
gets the
Mills.
break. He leads 1-0 against Bister's Sean Holley.
Let Kevin do through
And
first.
the man from Bicester
Game on.
might need a blister to cover the cracks of the opening leg.
80. $81. $100. $95.
Again, that first start just not quite on radar at the moment. Just the same as when he went downstairs, just throwing them slightly to the left.
57.
Just a sign that he's not coming through quite straight at the moment with the dart. Just releasing a little early. It's expected here on
100.
debut. Certainly on the biggest stage that he has played on. He's played on a lot of stages though, hasn't he?
100.
When you look at his county career and his county time, it's nearly been half his life that he's been representing Oxfordshire.
80. Kevin O'Carr, 164.
Maybe to a different extreme, but it's not too far from the story of Jamie Atkins, a
89.
player who's been
Sean
playing
O'Carr,
around
145.
at county level for a long time and then finally decide, actually, I might look at going out on my own and
45.
doing my
Kevin
own thing
O'Carr,
within the game.
75.
And maybe make the same argument about Kevin Mills. Played a lot in Super Leagues and counties and around Wales and now going his own way. 71 scored, so 4 left.
Shot on
Double
the
2
second leg,
does
Kevin
go.
Mills.
And Kevin Mills opens up a 2-0 lead against Sean Holley. Not the most
Third leg, Sean
conventional
to
way
through first.
of
Game
taking
on.
out a 75 checkout, but he'll take it nonetheless.
43.
Remember what Kevin Mills said the other day when he was here on debut and he says,
45.
I just don't want to look silly up there. That tends to be the thought whenever you come to a stage like this for the first time.
81.
And that will be the worry that is going through the head of Sean right now. Where you're sort of trying to put on a show, you're trying to show what you can do.
80.
And with that, ultimately you just pile pressure on yourself and you let yourself down in the early goings.
97.
The time is running out, though, for Sean in this fixture. The beauty of it is it's a Group C campaign. 2 players are going to qualify through this group, so there's still plenty
60.
of time.
$70.
Still awaiting a spark on this Thursday afternoon.
100.
It's been fairly tepid at times, if the truth be told.
60. Kevin O'Carr,
Maybe this is the magic
116.
moment for Mills where things just begin to continue to move in the right direction. The moment where the spark really is fused. It's Tots or 116.
76. Sean O'Carr, 150.
Above the wire for Holley to get onto the board. Look at 150.
80. Kevin O'Carr, 40. Getting shot on
Two
the third leg.
tens
Kevin
ensures
Mills.
of the double break for Kevin Mills. 3-0 leads.
Fourth leg,
He
Kevin
has
to
the darts
first.
to
Game on.
complete a 4-0 win against Sean Holley, who is looking and searching for something. He has the name Savage on the back of his shirt, and he's being savaged so far by the
97.
crispaholic Kevin Mills.
Probably not for this game.
100. $57. 100. $43.
Well, Holley has taken the darts in this fourth leg.
60.
Kevin Mills has looked really dangerous, though, hasn't he, in his Group A campaign? At one point, looked like he
60.
was going to be growing into Group B. Ended up just missing out in the end. Couldn't stand the pace of a Group A and
95.
the stamina that is required for that. But this one, a shorter group, 2 days. And he may look around that room and fancy his chances, because although we're looking at it and going it's a decent
43.
standard,
Sean O'Connor,
it doesn't have the likes of Cam Crabtree. It doesn't have the likes of John Henderson.
96.
He's got quality, but with the greatest respect to the world, it hasn't got those X-factor players that, as you mentioned, with the likes of Crabtree, the likes of Janssen, the likes of Henderson, who are playing at the peak of their powers and are at the top of their respective leaderboards.
41.
You've
Sean
got
O'Connor,
good players,
50.
but players that maybe are just towards the middle portion of where their land lies.
Game
Tops
shot on
of
the
Holley,
fourth leg,
he
Sean
gets
Holley.
his first leg on the live lounge stage. That will relax him somewhat. He'll feel like he's in business, and he's back in this game at
Fifth leg,
3-1.
Sean to throw first. Game on.
It is easy
100.
to go a little bit tight up there, because although he'll be used to playing on stages of this sort of size on the county scene,
140.
there's a lot of differences here, and most notably the lighting. And it does that
26.
perception of depth within the stage that you get from things like the lighting. Brighter. Lots of extra things on the eye. You know eyes are watching. There's a lot to take in.
125.
I remember Tony O'Shea talking about that in the past, and he said,
100.
for him, the one thing that was different when he was on the stage compared to playing on the floor or playing on county stage was he wasn't nervous about anything, but the one thing that he said was the biggest
180.
adjustment was the lights, because it does change your perspective of things.
It gives the concept of depth.
55. Kevin O'Connor,
And Sean
56.
could be in the depths of despair here, because Kevin Mills looking at 56, looking for a potential 11 dart leg to round this game off. And we'll push towards the line. And he's got plenty of time on his
26.
side.
You wouldn't think so, though, would you, with that reaction? Seems a little frustrated. But it could be.
78.
The perfect start
Kevin
to the
O'Connor,
day.
30.
Go straight for it. But cannot find it.
22. Sean O'Connor, 142.
Big ask for Sean Holley. A finish we've already seen once this week. We won't see again.
And so
62.
Mills, free in one
Kevin
hand, and a
O'Connor,
more favourable double four to seal a 4-1 success against Sean Holley.
Four. Sean O'Connor,
But
80.
his Achilles heel has come to cost him again. He's 3 from 18 in terms of his finishing in this game. He's completely outscored his opponent, but he hasn't been able to put him away. Went 25 ball with 75 left.
30.
Was
Kevin
unable
O'Connor,
to find
4.
the green bit. But if Mills can find the red bit, he's in the winner's enclosure. Now to the madhouse.
Getting
Into the
shot on the match,
madhouse.
Kevin Mills.
And into the winner's enclosure. It wasn't a classic for Kevin Mills, but he'll take the points nonetheless. A 4-1 success to kickstart his day. He gets the better of Sean Holley in his debut match here at the Super Series. This is how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Mills winning by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, Robert Thornton takes on Martin Thomas. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Kevin Mills got the better of Sean Holley by 4 legs to 1. That completes the first round of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And our fourth match of the session, without any offence to those on the hockey, is a game of World Seniors varieties. The twice World Seniors champion Robert Thornton takes on Martin Thomas, and a game being officiated by the World Seniors lead referee in Paul Hinks. Both of these players have already had a game to their name. Thornton losing out by 4 legs to 2 against Jamie Atkins in his opening match. That was the most high quality contest that we've seen so far on this Thursday afternoon.
First.
Martin Thomas
Game on.
got better towards the end, had a 14-darter in his final leg to dispatch a Caron by 4 legs to 1. Did miss 12 darts at a double
100.
in that contest. And you'd expect a better version of Martin in this game compared to what we saw from him in match 1.
I would say we'd probably expect better from both than what we saw in game 1. They've now both had a game to get into the swing of things.
60.
But at the moment, I'm really interested in
97.
seeing how Martin Thomas fares. We have seen him get through to a Saturday night here before.
60.
He's so highly regarded that maybe there's just more to come.
68.
Can you also find yourself in that difficult trap where you know what you're capable of and other people know what you're capable of, but when you come onto a stage like this, that you almost have this burdening pressure to try
40.
and show that and showcase that talent?
When pressure comes from within, that's the tension. That's
40.
It's where we're no longer excited about the prospect of something, but nervous. Nervous kicks in? Nervous side of things.
100.
Nerves kick in, not nervous.
Nervous energy kicks in.
There we go. Good save.
140.
That time 40 has left Thomas on a single to double combo, forcing Thornton to take out the 1-4-1. A failure to do so could see his throw
81.
broken
Matthew
in the very
Caron,
first leg of this
56.
contest.
The doubles wasn't great from Thomas in his opening game. He did hit 4, but it took him 16 attempts.
Getting shown the first leg, Martin
But a
Thomas.
better ratio here against Robert Thornton. And it also comes down
Second
to
leg,
that
Martin
moment
deserved
of
first.
reputation
Game
as
on.
well. Because Martin Thomas now playing a reputation, playing someone he'd be aware of, playing someone that if he was to lose for, there wouldn't be any sort of discredit in that defeat. However, he may
44.
find that playing one of the less known players. So you do, when you play a player with a glittering CV like Robert Thornton, just find a little bit more comfort against them.
22.
There's more to win and less to lose.
Well,
85.
this is where we go back to angles of entries again. That first start, if it goes low for Martin, that's okay for him. Whereas Robert, the other side of the coin,
100.
because his darts stand up to attention. You saw that first dart was a perfect marker for the second to clip off the barrel and into the treble bit.
100.
We're still awaiting a big performance from Robert.
137.
Yeah, absolutely.
$100. $60.
$140 would be the perfect visit here for Martin Thomas. That's the perfect dart. You expect it.
81.
I think he did as well because he was frustrated when that last one's gone in the one and left him with quite a bit of work to do.
Should have been a
98.
lot easier than
Matthew
91.
Caron, 91.
But it's the opportunity that he has to open up a 2-0 lead. Triple 14, decided to go triple 80 to leave himself double 10. And he
Game
finds
shot
a
on the
double
second
10.
leg, Martin
And he
Thomas.
finds himself 2-0 up. And for Robert Thornton, this is becoming a
Third leg,
Holler
Robert
start
is
to the
first.
day.
Game
He
on.
lost 4-2 to Jamie Atkins in the opening match. And he finds himself 2 down against Martin Thomas.
56.
And because Robert finished at the bottom of Group A, he has to play the first game and he has to play the last game of the day, like he did on Monday and
100.
Tuesday. And that didn't quite work out fortuitously for him, did it?
Absolutely not.
22.
That's why he finds himself in a Group C campaign, and now his throw is in threat for the second time. Martin Thomas has already done the damage. He's broke the throw. He's held his darts. He's been handed another opportunity here to get a second break,
81.
and that one treble is all he needs.
84. $140.
This is a much improved performance from Martin. First game, maybe a bit of ring
99.
rust. Hasn't played here for the best part of a year. Has hardly played competitively in the best part of a year. The first game under his belt, a win under his belt. He's brought his average up to about 88.2.
60.
The doubling much better than the previous match. And is now on the cusp of a double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead.
180. Martin Caron, 120.
But that maximum changes the complexion of this leg. Or is it just academic? Totsa Thomas
100.
just underneath.
Robert Caron, 60.
Well, that is a target we know Robert Thornton absolutely loves. He's gone low to keep it open,
50.
but misses 2.
Martin Caron, 20.
And 2 could be the number in regards to the breaker throw, both in favour of Martin Thomas if he can nail this double 10.
Getting shot on the
And
third
3
leg,
is the
Martin
magic
Thomas.
number in terms of legs. And that double 10, if everything else isn't
Fourth leg,
corresponding,
Martin
that
through
is.
first. Game on.
He leads 3-0 against Robert Thornton, who once again heads towards the case, looking to find something inspired. But it's Martin Thomas who
91.
is the man who's looking in best and finest fettle right now.
99.
Smelling the opportunity.
180.
Tightly compact maximum there for Martin Thomas, who's really steaming towards the finishing line now.
76.
Robert Thornton spraying darts around. And that does become frustrating when you're not even keeping the darts straight. Thomas, pretty much 100 advantage plus these.
140.
It feels like this game may not have long left.
Well, he's dragged his average here up to 92.5.
40. Martin
The
Caron,
last
90.
couple of legs, he's been exemplary. This is a potential 11 dart if he gets this done in 2. Bull for tops.
50.
Doesn't go now, but he's got plenty of time on side.
Another one of those will get Thornton to a finish.
98.
So 6 darts
Matthew
now
Caron,
for
40.
Martin Thomas to be on 4 points.
And to become the dominant force in this Group C early on. Double 10 has been his friend. And it's the
Getting shot on
double
the
that
match,
wins in the
Martin
match.
Thomas.
3 times out of 4, he's found that double in legs to win the match. 4-0 to Martin Thomas against Robert Thornton. It moves him on to 4 points. He has played 9 legs today. He's won 8 of them. And he is looking very, very comfortable now on that stage. An average of 88.41. Big improvement from game 1. But for Robert Thornton, there are 1 or 2 problems for him. A man who's qualified for finals night 11 times out of 13 has already dropped 2 matches and already has work to do. Coming up after the break, Kevin Mills and Jamie Atkins go toe-to-toe.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Liveline.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
On the second leg, Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg,
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski.
Well, Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time, and that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Shot on the fourth leg,
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas
It's
Harrison.
a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17 that she gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. With that man in your picture, Jamie Atkins is looking to move on to 4 points in Group C. He beat Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 2 in the opening match of the session. The bookmaker's favourite, looking to solidify why the odds compilers put him in that particular position. Talking about players in positions and talking about players in predicaments, that's exactly where Robert Thornton finds himself right now. A 4-0 defeat
First
to
leg, Kevin, you're
Martin
through
Thomas
first.
before the break means that the
Game
man
on.
quoted at 12-5 with the bookies to win this group now finds himself bottom of the pile, having lost both of his matches so far. As for Kevin Mills, Jamie's opponent
81.
in this match, he also picked up a win in his opener, a 4-1 success against the nervous debutant Sean Holley. He missed 17 darts at a double in the contest, but managed to cross the finishing line nonetheless. Atkins kicking this game off, though, over Max. And in terms of performance levels,
85.
with the exception of that game for Martin Thomas against Robert Thornton, in round 1, he looked the class act, and he's hoping to kick on here.
Yeah, the table
100.
shapes very quickly on a Thursday. 2 places available. Only 10 games, not the 15 that we've just witnessed across the Group A
134.
campaign. So these early games can be quite vital, mostly for the mental side of the group. So you don't feel like you're chasing, so you feel like you're in there. You're always going to be in there if you can get anywhere near the 7 wins. So you could lose your first 3
57.
matches and still quite comfortably qualify with 14 points. But it's the breakdown of fixtures where you don't feel you've got that little bit of breathing room, that little bit of space
100.
that you
Junior car
get when you get the
164.
wins early.
Well, bouts are there for Jamie.
39.
Means that Kevin Mills
Kevin
has got a
O'Connell,
little bit more
101.
breathing space. 101 to take out this opening leg. He's looking for
61.
the bullseye to
Jimmy
leave
Carr,
himself double
125.
16, but he has left himself on tops if Atkins cannot take out the 125. Triple 20 for Tops. Tops for the opening leg. Tops for the break. And it would have been
105.
Tops for a
Kevin
ton
Carr,
topper.
40. Getting shot on the first leg, Kevin
And
Mills.
Mills obliges First dart in hand on the double top. The target Atkins has just
Second leg,
missed
Jamie to throw
is the one that
first.
Mills
Game
has
on.
hit. And he leads this game by a leg to nil.
$121. $55.
The more and more we watch Kevin this week, is he looking more and more like a tempo player, as in he almost tends to follow what the opponent does. So somebody throws in something half decent, he can catch up. However, vice versa, if somebody's not playing so well and maybe just below the standard, he tends to almost be caught back down to that level too.
100.
Well, we're going to find out here how reactive he is to play, because Jamie Atkins is playing very well in the scoring stakes here.
100.
He's himself on a 2-darter after 9. Before a dart was thrown, when we looked through everything, Atkins was the
177.
class
Jamie
act
got
of this
100.
group. And he's beginning to show that quality.
$60.
He's himself tops after 12 to square this contest up at 1 apiece.
55. Jamie O'Carr, 40. $20. Kevin O'Carr, 114.
Wow, he's had full control of this leg, but there's a chance he may not win it.
The other treble 19 there to give himself a
42.
dart at the
Jamie
bullseye.
O'Carr, 20.
So Atkins double 10 to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
Well, a long way off there for Jamie Atkins, doing the right thing here, just resetting, revisiting the hockey. Better thrown darts, but
Kevin
no
O'Carr,
reward. That is
72.
6 darts now to hold his throat. And Kevin Mills could steal.
Well, it'll be a second consecutive leg that Mills has taken from the grasp of Jamie Atkins.
66.
You get opportunities, you've got to
Jamie
take them,
O'Carr,
but Kevin
10.
has missed an opportunity. He's missed an opening there. Atkins has already missed 7 darts to the double. He's going to split this 10 down 2 double 4.
8. Kevin
Well, we should be
O'Carr,
halfway
6.
through the next leg at 1-1. But Jamie Atkins has spurned 8 opportunities to win leg 2. Kevin Mills knows he should be nowhere near a position to complete this leg. Well, he split 2 double 2, and then he's hit the double 2, and he then found the double
Game
1.
shot on the second leg, Kevin Mills.
A little bit bizarre, a little bit mad, but Mills won't care. He leads 2-0.
Third leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on. $100.
Dare I say it, that was the Achilles heel for Atkins the last time he was here. I don't think anybody
96.
can label any criticism at his door in terms of his scoring power and his scoring prowess, but if there is an area for him to improve and an area where some people can possibly exploit or see as a weakness is sometimes when he's given opportunities to see off
98.
games or to put himself in good positions, he can sometimes let them go by.
Winner's instinct, that's all that is, and something that you can develop, something you can learn over time.
140.
And that's exactly what I was alluding to off the back of his interview going into that first game, where just some of the way he worded things means he's just not quite there on that winner's
99.
mentality yet.
Kevin O'Carr, 121.
I'm sure he will. It's all a learning curve at the moment for Jamie.
62.
Well, Kevin leads himself on a single to double after 12. If he wins this game, this would be a great response to what was a little bit of an off day
134.
yesterday.
Kevin
He had
O'Carr,
the opportunity
59.
to put himself in charge of the race for Group B, lost his first game to Caron after having a match start. It kind of went
Being
wrong
shown the
from
third
there,
leg,
but it's
Kevin
going
Mills.
all right here at the moment. He leads 3-0 against Jamie Atkins. That was a
Ball by Jamie
14
to throw
darter.
first. Game on.
And after dodging a few bullets, he looks in cruise control and a leg away from the win.
One of the greatest sports psychologists I've ever had the
95.
pleasure of working with. He's now a League One football manager. And I was going into an event
41.
and he said, how do you feel about this? And I says, well, never lost to that player. And he stopped me and he says, why are you trying to blag me? Why are you trying to pretend that you're confident about this
140.
game? And I didn't know where he was coming from. And he says, you said, I've never lost to him, which is a way of trying to say something positive from a negative place. He's like, you're thinking about losing, you're talking about the loss. He says, had you said, I always beat him, that is a positive spin on a positive
101.
comment. And I've always looked for those little nuggets now when people are talking, because it's such a valid and great point from one of the greatest sports psychologists probably in the UK. Hence why he's now got that really good position.
Is it an
40.
area of the sport which has still not been taken seriously yet?
Yes. Mentorship. Absolutely. I just don't think there's the money in the game at the moment for players to be hiring mentors
100.
as such. And maybe when the money goes up again, like it's inevitably going to do in the very near future, that's when that investment may be looked into
87.
extra
Jamie
factors.
80.
Well, Atkins has got time on his side to take out his opening leg of the contest. Double 10. 15 darter.
Game shot on
Atkins
the fourth leg,
is still
Jamie
in business,
Atkins.
but Kevin Mills has the darts here to see this contest
This way,
through.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
You say there's not the money now for sports psychology to maybe be on a level with other major sports, but are there
44.
small little tidbits that players could draw upon in terms of the psychology side, which perhaps they don't?
I think there's a lot of self-discovery, but obviously self-discovery only goes so far.
141.
I mean, you look at this sort of level, majority of people still have jobs. You look at the Pro Tour, half the field still work full-time. Or at least have some
140.
element of 9-to-5 lifestyle alongside the darts. Now, the other thing is, I would never work, personally, I would never work with a manager
60.
or work with a coach or psychologist who also worked with my opponents. So by that, you've got to ensure that the
57.
person you're working with has enough work from you that they only work for you. So again, we're looking only at the top 16 really, or the top 32 who could afford something like that.
140. Jamie 170.
Big fish. It's not going to be reeled, and so Kevin Mills comes back looking at 116 to
46.
win this
Jamie
contest.
116.
And it'll be a second consecutive 4-1 win to kickstart his day. And he's going to get a dart at tops to do exactly
76.
that.
Jamie
And it bends the wire.
124.
So Mills looking
44.
at tops to
Jamie
complete a
Carr,
4-1 victory against Jamie Atkins. It'll be his second consecutive win to kickstart the day. And the bookies'
Showing the
favourite
match,
to win
Kevin
this
Mills.
group has been dealt a huge blow. Jamie Atkins defeated. Kevin Mills racking up his second win on the spin and looking in decent nick. A better performance compared to last time out. An average of 86, 50% on the doubles. That was much better than last time out. But for Jamie Atkins, 10 missed darts at a double. And that second leg really did come back to cost him. Coming up after the break, it's Caron and Sean Holley.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God!
Well,
that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Number 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Kevin Mills got the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 1. Our final game from the second round of fixtures sees Sean Holley and Jeroen Caron go toe-to-toe. Two players looking to get their first win on the board and looking to arrest what was a poor start to the day's proceedings. But only one can pick up those points, and only one is going to have that opportunity to bounce back from their initial disappointments at the beginning of the session. For Jeroen, it feels like a performance completely out of the blue because, okay, he finished 5th in Group A, but there was enough in terms of performances at times which looked like he could have a successful campaign in Group C. Didn't work whatsoever. Whereas for Sean Holley, we're happy enough to put that first game down to
Game on.
debut nerves. But both will know that they're going to have to up the levels from game one. There's no doubt about that.
But they're both probably aware that the other one
135.
is in the same boat. An opportunity here to try and put it right. For Holley,
41.
the problem was exactly what he's doing there, just spraying the darts, not keeping them straight. Darts going up and down, you can sort of deal with highs and lows. The real frustration comes when you start going left and right, hitting the 5s and the 1s, and
100.
that's the thing he's got to iron out in his game as the day goes on.
59.
Interesting. There's just one or two people as Jeroen actually heads downstairs at the beginning of the 266 breakdown. They're just noticing that Jeroen at the beginning of it is just shuffling across the ock. His starting position isn't exactly
100.
set
You're
in
on your car,
stone.
133.
Yeah, it just opens out the chest a little bit. Opens out the shoulders. Probably just feels like that release just slightly off. Which it clearly was. I mean, he threw a
93.
dart off the board in the scoring phase.
However, Caron has left himself on tops after 12 to take out the opening leg. And Sean Holley relaxes his way in with a first max on the live lounge stage. But it may be a maximum in vain if Caron could take out double 10.
20.
Not to be, and Caron could be hoisted by his own petard. He's hit 2-1-2-1 checkouts this week, but he's not going to get one hit against him
57.
here.
Jerome your car 20.
Double 5.
10.
Doesn't go.
64.
And so Holley returns to 64 to get the break confirmed this opening leg. He's going to get a dart at tops. Only needs one dart at tops. And that will hurt Jeroen Caron because he was in full control of that leg. He had left tops after 12. And then subsequently squandering 6 darts at the outer ring. He finds himself behind and his throw has been broken.
26.
Well, we've learned something about Sean Holley. If it don't go his way, he's going to shout his name.
We're going to see that next year as well.
100.
One of the big names, one of the big hitters of World Darts will be taking to that stage next year, Adrian Lewis.
43.
He's one of those players that likes to shout out his name when things don't go right. Looking forward to seeing Lewis here at the Live Lounge. 2-time world champion.
45.
Tribute to Sean's friend Ryan Bull, who sadly
100.
passed. Will always follow Sean everywhere he goes in a darting sense.
41. 68.
Sean electing a look, but we'll probably wonder how until that maximum was nowhere to be seen in the leg.
57.
And he's not following it up with too much here. Both players only finding the one big treble. But this was the time of the leg where Sean hit the maximum. He does so again and almost asks the question. A la Robert Thornton. Where has that been?
40.
However, he's on the cusp of a 2-0 lead here against Jeroen. And when the Belgian was firing as quickly as he was, he had left a double after 12 in the first leg. It felt like it was going to be a procession anyway. It was going to be this man on your screen now that was going to lead it. But it could be Holley who leads 2-0
92. Shonakar 52.
Tops.
32.
Even out or double 10 correlates. And so Caron, an opportunity to level up at one apiece. Chased the treble and paid the price. He's not going to get a look at the bullseye.
85. Shonakar 20. Game shot on the second leg.
Consequently, he finds himself 2-0 down. Holley halfway towards the victory post in our 6th contest of the afternoon session. Jeroen starting down on the 19s at the beginning of leg 3.
And that's always a sign when someone doesn't feel too comfortable. And now, the biggest dilemma he's got, he's been very successful down on the 19. So when you make that change,
100,
and you fill it up, does it tempt you to keep doing it?
Yes is the answer.
57.
Either that or he could have tried to give us one of those Connor Scott-style 9-darters.
Don't give that guy any ideas. If Connor Scott could complete a leg on anything or anyhow, he'll try and find a way of doing so.
No, 85.
But Caron here is beginning to find a route back into the match. He's not first to finish in this leg.
Or is he finding a route back in? Because the doubles haven't been favourable for him. Opening game 1 from 4, 0 from 6 here, 1 from 10 across the day. Which suggests, statistically, he'd need more
42.
than what he's going to get here at the 100.
Jerome Car 100.
To half the gap. 2 darts at tops.
80. Jerome Car
Not to be.
119.
He hopes he's got more time, but that's reliant on Holley not taking out a ton plus checkout, of which he was
63.
unable to muster.
Jerome Car
So
20.
Caron returns for double 10 to reduce the gap in half, bring it back to 2-1. And he'll then ask the question of Sean on throw. But he
15.
had to find the double,
Car
and he was
56.
unable to meet that expectation. And his expectations now probably is he's going to be 3-0 behind.
Getting shown
And he
the
is
third leg,
3-0
Sean
behind.
Holley.
Sean Holley gets the double breaker throw and now has the darts to see out a 4-0 win.
Fourth leg Sean to through
But those
first.
doubles that are causing the troubles for Jerome
Game on.
Caron have grown even more now. 1 from 15. That is why, once again, in the live
28.
table, he's down towards the bottom end. He's in that battle that he's been so familiar with at the bottom end of the table with Robert Thornton. They've been doing it for the last 3 days. They may be extending it to a 4th.
47.
Well, Jeroen does have one more crack at the Super Series after this week, no matter what happens.
100.
He has won 3 ADC tickets, as they call it out in the European region. This is the second of the 3 tickets that he's won over the course of the last 12 months or so. The last one will be
44.
punched in at the beginning of 2025.
81.
His appearance based on winning qualifying tours. His next appearance will be because he won the Benelux Trophy
100.
and had a very good, decent campaign in the Belgian Open tournaments
100.
too. Belgian ranking, which was won by Brian Roman. We're going to see him at the Global Championship in December.
125.
Well, what a time to lose the line on the single 20 there. It's meant he's not on a finish and gave Sean Holley the luxury of time. 6 darts.
95.
Allows him the freedom of that setup shot, knowing he'll come back for an opportunity to win the game. This has to be big.
45.
That
Sean
one
Car
just coming off the
97.
flights. Sean Holley will feel he's got 6 again.
And double-double.
37. Jerome Car 140.
Left himself on a single to double upon his return. If there's a return. If Caron could fail in his quest to take out the 140.
60. Sean
This
Car
for
60.
4-0 win. This to get himself on the board. The doubling was delightful.
Sean Holley.
And for Sean Holley, it is delight in terms of picking up his first win on the Super Series stage. He beat Jeroen Caron by 4-0. Relief as he crosses the finishing line. He'll feel that he's in business now. That the tail of the tape from our final game from the second round of matches. Coming up on the other side of this short break, we're going to watch the 2-time World Seniors Champion, Robert Thornton, in action. He takes on Kevin Mills. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 2 rounds of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. This is what we've seen thus far. A couple of players have a couple of wins. Martin Thomas and Kevin Mills with perfect records so far. That's what we've seen from the first 6 games, the first 2 rounds of fixtures. Round 3 kicks off with Robert Thornton and Kevin Mills going toe-to-toe. These two played one another in Group A earlier on this week. And in terms of the head-to-head battles that this pair have had over the course of the 3 days competition, yesterday Kevin ran out a 4-0 winner against the Fawn, and then Tuesday's action saw Robert win by 4 legs to 3.
Game on.
And then on Monday, Kevin once again getting over the line, had a 12 and 13 darter to close the match off against the Fawn. So it's 2-1 in the Englishman's favour
140
so far this week. And for Robert, he has to switch it on and switch it on now.
119.
Yeah, I did manage to catch up with Robert Thornton this morning and was sort of assessing the week and having a conversation about how we thought things had gone. And Kevin Mills was one of the players
43.
that he really did highlight as somebody who has been playing well, someone who is maybe better than their CV suggests.
135.
And he has. Kevin Mills sort of exceeding expectations.
95.
And now, in a very good position in regards to the league table, after the first couple of laps of fixtures, to be in the race
57.
for a place for Saturday night.
Well, he said that initially he didn't want to make an idiot of himself.
31.
But he may be going from fearing the worst to possibly hoping for the best, because if he wins this game, he's on 6 points. And no matter what happens in the final couple of
100.
matches on his opening day in Group C, he's going to be in the picture for qualification come day 2.
Do you know, like in the past, we used to give the winner a giant novelty check?
42.
Yes.
Do you feel maybe
Kevin
we should
Caron,
present him with a
90.
multi-packet of crisps should he win?
Well,
47.
we have seen
Robert
big
Caron,
multi-packs of
150.
crisps in this building in the past. We'll tell you more about that story in the next leg. Mills, though, looking for the break.
40.
43
Kevin
points
Caron,
away from
43.
putting the opening leg on the board in this match. 3 for tops, going low to go
Getting shot
high.
the first leg,
And
Kevin
Mills gets the break and takes a 1-0 lead against the twice
Second leg, Kevin
World
is through
Seniors
first.
champion.
Game on.
If you are unfamiliar in terms of
55.
why we are talking about crisps, there are reasons for that. Kevin Mills made national news and national radio this week with the
85.
story broke that he only eats crisps and bread. Although I do have on
28.
good authority that he changes the flavour. Do you know what he had for breakfast?
Go on.
Well, it was crisps.
Shock.
100.
Smoky bacon.
Oh, now I can attest to that.
So he doesn't eat bacon sandwiches, but he has smoky bacon crisp sandwiches.
100.
So he at least gets the vibe.
Just think of the branding you could do. Like, on his shirt, you could have "Fueled by Crisps"
45.
as his little slogan. Loads of crisps falling down the shirt.
What's it to you?
44.
You've been thinking of that for the last 4 days, haven't you?
Yes, yes, yes.
Either that or someone told you it last night and you just have to remember that one.
40.
There was once a time in our commentary box here at the Super Series. Do you remember when we first started here? We almost had like a little tuck shop, didn't we, at the back of the commentary box? And one of the things in the back of the commentary box
41.
was a 36-pack of crisps from a local supermarket which cannot be named, which hardly got touched.
I've been trying to forget that, to be honest.
80.
They were there for about 6 months.
I think they end up in the bin.
Probably the appropriate place for them.
77. Robert Car 151.
Thornton looking to level this match up at 1 apiece. The 151 isn't going to go. And so Mills look at the 156 to double his
55.
lead. He's only
Kevin Car 156.
conceded a solitary leg in both of the matches that he's played so far today. But he's not going to put himself 2-0 up right here, right now.
60. Robert Car 96.
2 18s. Now 999.
78. Kevin Car 96.
And the combination that Roberts just missed is the combination that Kevin wants to hit. He hits the treble first dart, but he finds the double 18. And he opens up a 2-0 lead over the twice World Seniors champ.
Third leg, Robert to throw first. Game on. $134.
I can see once again there's some people that wasn't familiar with that story. They're very surprised at the crisps and bread. Gavin Mills did say himself he was hoping to be known for something a little bit more than that, but he'll take it. Can you remember the record for how many bags of crisps he won in one day?
46! 46 packets of crisps.
I like the fact he counted as well.
So that is
45.
Effectively, you know those really big multi-packs that you get? He's at nearly 4 of them in a day.
133.
Robert Thornton's kicked right into gear here, hasn't he? 9 darts thrown, 54 left.
40. Robert
We know
Car
where he's going to be
54.
going here. He's going to be going 14 and tops for a possible 11 dart leg.
14.
Oh, there wasn't an incessant need to take it out in a dozen. That bounce out ill-opportune for Kevin.
75.
And because of that bounce out, it means that
Robert
Thornton's
Car
got another
40.
6 to take out leg 3. Double 10.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Well,
Robert
when
Thornton.
tops hasn't quite worked out for Robert, double 10 has tended to work.
Fourth leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
3 legs. Done
99.
in Rey Mysterio time. 0619.
45. 58. 97. 140.
Just like the last leg. Looking like a solid holder throw.
59.
100 points plus these. He's already got the breaker throw he's going to need.
72.
After dart 1, he would have expected so much more than that. Thornton could only really punish with another treble.
100. Kevin
Tom doesn't
Car
even want to finish, and so
132.
Mills, 6 darts and 132 to move 3-1 to the goods and to put him in cruise control of this contest.
92.
He's going to leave himself on tops to establish a 2-leg gap over the form.
100. Kevin Car 40.
The look on Robert Thornton's face was resigned to his fate of losing this
Getting
leg.
shot on the fourth leg.
That was
Kevin Mills.
because he knows what Kevin Mills has been capable of on the outer ring. He's been with him
Fifth
now
leg,
for the
Robert
last
to
3
throw first.
days.
Game on.
3 from 4. Kevin Mills, 75%.
96.
'Thomas and Holley follow this particular match, and then
76.
Atkins against Caron are your remaining round 3 fixtures
58.
on the beginning of day 4. Double session day here at the Live Lounge. We're back from 10 o'clock tonight on the Super Series YouTube channel. All eyes are looking forward to
40.
Saturday, and you can be here on Saturday. Scan that QR code. It takes you to www.dartshop.tv, where you can ascertain your tickets to any
28.
Saturday night. And if you're here on the 9th and the 16th of November, you get double bubble because you get 2 sessions of darts for just £2. The ADC Women's and Men's Championship Tour finals taking
82.
place in the afternoon, with the Regulation Super Series finals taking place on the Saturday night. Champions Night, in case you're wondering, is on Saturday, December the 7th. Tickets are close to being sold out for the occasion, and I know that 1 or 2 of Tom Sykes's support base have booked
95.
tickets early to see whether he makes it through to the big night. So www.dartshop.tv is the website that you need if you want to be here on a Saturday evening. Kevin Mills looking to do so on debut, but he may have to wait a further leg to get a win here because Thornton has left himself on tops.
$140, rubber car 40.
It's coming low, isn't he,
Getting shot on the
Thornton on
fifth leg,
tops? He's
Robert
covering it well
Thornton.
with a double 10. But tops is not working for him.
6 leg
That
Kevin just
is
through first. Game
his
on.
go-to double. That is what he'll try and leave at all possible costs. He's got to somehow find a breaker throw here off of Kevin
45.
Mills. But an invitation on darts 1, 2 and 3.
59.
It's been one of those matches where both players have been threatening to put in a spurt, but when it comes to actually
42.
pushing away from their opponent, they just haven't been able to do so, particularly Kev.
140.
But look at that grimace on the face of Robert Thornton. Chuntering to himself in the background, trying to G himself up.
100.
And another bounce out.
Again, it's at the timing for
74.
Robert Thornton. Earlier on, he was getting bounce outs at the worst possible time, and it's happening again. That's the thing that he'll remember.
$72. $43.
Needs a couple of trebles here. Robert Thornton doesn't look too happy right now, but
80.
he should be, because he's got an opportunity to break. He's got 6 darts here at 185.
100.
And that one hit the dart. He was fortunate that he caught.
Well, we haven't had a last leg decider so far this afternoon. And it looks like we're going to be on the cusp of it for the first time,
130,
unless...
rubber car 85.
Because Mills has left himself on 32. Thornton has to take out the ball. He's
60.
unable to do so. And so
Kevin
this for
Carr,
Kevin
32.
Mills is a 3rd consecutive win to start the day if he finds double 16.
Doesn't like the angle. Trying to find a way to open the bed.
Getting shot on the match, Kevin
Brilliant
Mills.
dart. He saved his best dart for last, Kevin Mills. A 3rd consecutive victory to kickstart the day. And he is very much in the qualification picture for Saturday night. No matter what happens from here on in, 6 points is going to keep Kevin Mills competitive in terms of qualification come tomorrow. He is building up a stride. He is building up the wins, even if his performances haven't been at its rip-roaring best. Mills a 4-2 winner against Robert Thornton. Coming up after the break, it is Martin Thomas in action. He takes on Sean Holley. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Kevin Mills get his 3rd win of the day, getting the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 2. It puts him in a very good position. 6 points to his name. He's going to be in the picture no matter what come the end of proceedings. Martin Thomas can do likewise. He can make it 3 wins from 3. If he can get the better of Sean Holley in our
First leg, Martin
8th game, our middle game of the afternoon session.
Game on.
And one thing that should be noted is the levels of improvement of Martin from game 1 to game 2. He stuttered at times, but got over the finishing line against Caron in his first match.
64.
A much better performance last time out against Robert Thornton, averaging just under 89, 4 from 11 on the doubles. That double 10 becoming a real friend to him. And if he continues to build up a head of steam, then Sean Holley could be in with a few problems. He did pick up his
58.
first win last time out, got the beating of Caron by 4 legs to 0. And you kind of hope that that first win
43.
will just settle him down on the stage a little bit.
Yeah, on the evidence of what we're seeing so far, you'd say there's only one winner here, and that would be Martin Thomas. And that's just not the evidence of what we've seen so far this afternoon. That would be the
96.
evidence of what we've seen across his time here at the Super Series. That's
66.
the concern at the moment in the Sean Holley game. The left, the right, but he recovers it well with the last start in hand.
95. $81.
Thomas 6 starts from 188 to take out the opening leg of this contest.
58.
He's himself on 130. Holley can leave it much more handier. That's providing
59.
he could have found
Matthew
a treble
Carr,
there.
130.
One treble leaves the ball. But he's unable to locate it, and so Holley looking at 112 for the break of throw in the opening leg.
$92. Matthew Carr, 65.
That was an opportunity for the break of throw. How many times do we see that when you want the 25 and you're slipping inside the ball? Double 4.
57. Sean Carr, 20.
So double 10 for
Each
Holley.
on the first leg,
And
Sean
he'll be
Holley.
feeling jolly as he gets the break of throw to lead 1-0.
Second leg, Sean to through first. Game on.
Nearly is that, isn't it? It nearly is. 'Tis the season to be jolly.
100.
Can you not say the C word in October, please?
Well, I do have my Christmas sandwich with me today as well. Getting all festive.
41.
And unfortunately, he's 100% correct because he came up to the commentary box this morning whilst we were preparing for the afternoon's action. He's gone,
100.
excuse me, he's gone, I've got a turkey festive sandwich. And apparently, well, I don't know why I'm saying apparently. You're here, you can back
60.
this point up. But you're waiting for the right moment to delve into your Christmas snack.
58.
This is quite a turning moment as well in the league table, as it does start to form now in this round of fixtures. Lap number
100.
3, we start to get an idea. We're starting to get the idea that Robert Thornton is up against it here if he's going to qualify. If Sean Holley is to win this
140.
game against Martin Thomas, he's going to be in the conversation all the way through this group now of can he make it through.
135. Sean Carr, 103.
But gaps could start to appear if Martin Thomas gets the win.
51.
And this is much better from Sean. That first win growing his confidence.
82.
Looks like he's
Sean
playing a
Carr,
lot more
52.
freedom as well. And he's got 2 darts at tots for a 2-0 lead.
Each
He
on
only needs
second
the
leg,
1.
Sean Holley.
And that's been the biggest improvement for Sean. Those doubles are going
Third leg,
in
Martin to through first.
on a
Game
more
on.
regular basis now than they were earlier on today. And Martin Thomas, who has been perfect so far, has got an uphill
97.
task from here.
85. 90. 60.
To see the best of Sean Holley. Comes here with quite a good reputation in regards to what people
83.
expect to see from him here at the Super Series. Heard a lot of good things about him across this morning and in the build-up to play.
60.
Maybe now starting to warm to the task. It is his best performance so far,
95.
statistically, but still not quite where he has been, certainly for the last couple of months on
60.
his
Matthew
county
Caron,
games and his
136.
Super League games.
Another, and that's a perfect guide for Dart 2. Double 8
Game
for a
shot on the third leg,
136
Martin
finish,
Thomas.
and that may well be the spark for Martin Thomas. Acknowledged by Sean
Well,
Holley.
they've shown the
He knew the
first.
class
Game
of
on.
that finish, and he knows the class of that man who has brilliant in an abundance, but what a response.
123. 57. Sorry, 43. 60. 100. 100. 140.
Well, this leg, dead level after 9 darts each. Holley with a 2-1 advantage, looking to open up a 2-leg gap with
28.
3 legs remaining in this contest as an absolute maximum. But that slip there has opened up the door for Martin.
100.
Big last start, good last start to leave himself on 118.
Well, he's just hit one big
60.
ton plus checkup
Matthew
where he needed
Caron,
2 trebles. This one,
118.
he only needs the 1. And he finds it.
78. Sean
Real
Caron,
wire bender there
130.
from Martin Thomas. Can Sean Holley retaliate? Got to move across to open up there. Just the angle of the dart. He felt like the flight was going to get in the way of finding the
46.
treble 20.
Matthew Caron, 40.
Tots for 2-2, and now double 10. Double 5.
35.
Martin Thomas spurning
Jonathan,
opportunities
84.
to level this match up. It may just be a dart at the bullseye, but Sean Holley has an opportunity to open up a 3-1 lead.
76.
But that was a wild last dart, a
Matthew
rushed
Caron,
last dart.
5.
Maybe a panic last dart too. Just about creeps in the single 1. Ironically, it may not be a bad guide
Game
for the
shot on
double.
fourth leg, Martin Thomas.
Indeed it was. We're back level at 2-2. And from 2-0 down,
Fifth leg,
Martin
Martin
Thomas
just
has leveled this
reversed.
encounter up.
Game on.
One thing you'll get from Martin is no matter what the standard of play, no matter what the game, no matter what the competition, one thing he'll
45.
always provide is this never say die spirit, this never give in mentality. No matter what the situation, he will always
40.
graft away and try and draw out and eke out as much as he possibly can. If he loses, he'll always shake the opponent's hand
100.
and say, well played, you were just better than me. But when on that stage, he will give absolutely everything in order to get the
100.
result. Interesting, I was talking to him this morning and he was talking about
60.
times past, tournaments past, and he was talking about the times when the UK Open qualifiers used to be held down in Newport, down at local clubs nearby him. And he used to play in those alongside the top pros. And he was talking about the times that he was playing some of the big players, and in particular Colin Lloyd when he was world number one, and was talking about the mindset of those top players when they're at their absolute peak. And actually, Mike was saying he was trying to,
57.
well, at those times he was trying to try and draw inspiration from those players, what they were doing and what harboured them so much success.
123.
Well, one thing you need is a bit of resilience, and he's showing that in abundance here. He was 2-0 down in this game, and now is in a very good position to take a 3-2 lead.
15. Matthew Carr, 73.
Unbeaten for the day so far. Won his first 2 fixtures. So victory here would put him in a very good place on day number
33.
1.
As for Sean Holley, he may begin to feel that this is a game that's got away from him. He was 2-0 up, he was coasting.
81.
But Martin
Matthew
Thomas
Carr, 40.
could take the lead for the first time in this match if he takes tops. No mistake, first time of asking. Martin Thomas is a leg away from a third consecutive win. From 6 points, he joined Kevin Mills on that mark. And suddenly, it'd be 2 of the outsiders. Martin Thomas 5-2, third favourite before a dart was thrown. Kevin Mills 15-2, fourth favourite before a dart was thrown. That would be the top 2 in the group, no matter what happened
60.
at the end of the third round of matches.
$100.
Jamie Atkins can move on to 4 points if he gets the better of Jeroen Caron in match 9.
85.
This table's beginning to take shape, but maybe not taking shape in the
91.
sort of way that we would have expected at the beginning of the day.
$86. Sean Carr, 170.
Holley here has 6 darts on the fish to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
43.
The treble going the wrong side of the wire. Leaves himself on 127. There was even a wry smile on the face of Paul Hinks over that. That number
60.
follows
Sean
that
Carr,
man everywhere.
127.
And it could be the number that draws Holley back on level terms. He's got 6 darts from it to take the game to a last leg decider.
27.
Well, he's rounded it off nicely, but he'd hoped to have brought it down a lot more than that. Martin Thomas, an invitation here at 140 would be a big telling blow. It's not going to go.
41.
And he ends up
Sean Carr,
leaving nothing.
100.
Tops for a ton.
60.
2 darts bend the wire. We wait a little bit longer to see whether there will be a last leg decider.
81. Sean Carr, 40.
Some pressure applied. Thomas on a 2-darter. He's not going to get a look at it. Holley takes out the tops. And for the first time today, we go all the way to a last leg decider. Nail biting. And it might be nail biting moments for both players.
134.
But Thomas has allayed any nerves at the beginning of this last leg decider with a couple of trebles.
48.
No response from Holley, which means Thomas just needs 1 treble. He's got it with the opening dart, completely zaps all the pressure out of the situation.
85.
He always want a bit more.
81.
Plum first dart. Beautiful second.
But
not a perfect third, but Martin Thomas is in cruise control of this last leg. May well have saved his best leg of this contest for the last leg of this contest. And he's going to have time on his side to take out the 142 and to seal a third consecutive win. He trailed 2-0 in this contest. And when he returns,
102.
He'll be looking at tops after 12 to see it home 4-3.
94. Martin
May
Caron,
feel like
40.
a match that's got away from Sean Holley. But it'll be a win, hard fought for Martin Thomas. He's got time on his side. Sean Holley waiting to shake his hand.
20.
But he's got 3 more darts to throw.
Well, he put him down, didn't he, Sean Holley? He thought the job was done. He didn't expect to see Martin Thomas miss 3 darts. He will get 3 more. He may get more than 3.
32.
He's guaranteed 6.
Martin Caron, 20.
Well, it's all gone awry in the last leg for Sean Holley. But
Getting
for
shown the
Martin
match,
Thomas, it's a 3rd consecutive win. And the man who's made his return after 11 months away is looking like he's never been away. 3 wins and 3, and Martin Thomas, in the early stages of this Group C, is looking like the man to beat. He consoles Sean Holley, gives him a couple of words of encouragement. That 1-3-6 checkout got him on the board. Holley had led the game by 2 legs to 0. The 1-3-6 put Thomas on the board, and then reels off another 3 to get the better of Holley by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break is Jamie Atkins and Jeroen Caron. It's the final game from the 3rd round of matches.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night so far. It's quite some going. And 26 180s in total last night, I think. Something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later because last night he had a crack at this. 128. Richie didn't get dart 8. 41. He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9 darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny McCarr,
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Showing the match. Danny
It's incredible.
$180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan defeating Dan Ivanbode at 6-5 as
59.
Hinahan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one. Won in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can he require 141? Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Hinahan.
Conor Hinahan
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Martin Thomas got the better of Sean Holley in a last leg decide in our 8th game of the session. Match 9, Jamie Atkins against Jeroen Caron, the Englishman up against the Belgian, and 2 players who are in a necessary need of a win. For Jamie, he won his first match against Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 2 before slipping to defeat against Kevin Mills, missing 10 darts and a double in that contest. As for Jeroen Caron, well, the day's not really got started yet for him. He's won just a solitary leg in 2 matches. He is the back marker as far as this group is concerned. And if he loses this game, then he will be
Jamie
at the bottom of the group.
Game on.
For Jamie, he played better last time, but he missed a lot of doubles. And when you consider that Martin Thomas and Kevin Mills have already moved on to 6 points in this group, he can ill afford to drop further ground on the leading pair.
There's been a few slips, hasn't there, for Caron today. In that last game, we actually saw him starting down on the 19s, but good early signs there. Maybe regathering the composure. Maybe playing someone a little bit more deliberate as well, like Jamie Atkins, might be a bit of a help for him.
134.
He has played some players that are quite quick, and you can get caught up in the pace.
Caron takes 2 sets of darts up on the oche with him, the ones that he's throwing now. And if they don't work out, he's got another set there with the fluorescent flights, which he was throwing with for the large parts of Monday and going into the middle portion of Tuesday.
Now, I'm only doing this purely by eye. I haven't got my measuring tape out for this.
83.
But if you're going to have 2 different sets, you're normally going to have something slightly different about them. It wouldn't just be a colour thing. I think these have got
94.
shorter points, which just condenses the weight a little bit, which changes that balance point very slightly.
100. German car 134.
134 for Atkins. Not to be on this occasion. And so Caron will return, looking at the 120 to take out the opening leg. And if he doesn't, Atkins is back for tops.
He doesn't keep it straight, so eliminates his opportunity on dart number 1. And that allows Jamie Atkins to start his preparation for his shot early.
50. German car 40.
Tops for Atkins. 1-0
Atkins.
Atkins.
The first leg, Jamie Atkins. Second leg, Caron to throw first. Game on.
He's one of those players, Jamie, and when you say, when we in these
125.
commentary boxes talk about this, sometimes people think that we say this negatively or we say this to belittle a player. I don't mean this at all about Jamie, but
91.
he's absolutely no fuss, is he? No matter what happens in a game, he just gets up, he gets on with his job. There's no histrionics, there's no sideshow that goes with anything. He just gets on, he does his job. If he wins, great. If not, he'll shake his opponent's hand. He might be a bit disappointed, but there's no sideshow that goes with it.
100.
Oh, absolutely. And it's sort of the ilk of how he was brought up as well. Now his father, Dave, who
140.
was pretty much the same off the hockey. Very jovial, very jokey sort of character. And you can imagine with a darting family, you get brought up in a certain way. You get taught from a young age how to handle yourself. I'm sure Dave is very, very proud watching on.
60.
Wearing the colours of his beloved Aston Villa. It's not been a bad few days to be a fan of them. 3-0 win against Bologna. Sorry, 1-0 win, wasn't it, against Bologna?
95.
In the Champions League in midweek.
116. $92.
Caron leaves himself a double 12 if Atkins doesn't take out this 92. Goes safe, goes to the bull. 1 dart at double 16.
60. Jerome car 24.
It's double 12 for Caron. But it
12.
does not go, and so Atkins
32.
returns for double 16 to get the double breaker throw and get a 2-0 lead, just like Aston Villa did against Bologna.
Game shot on the second leg,
And
Jamie
he gets the
Atkins.
break, and he leads 2-0.
Third leg, Jamie to throw first.
The worst bit is I watched the highlights
Game
of Match of the Day last night of that game and I completely forgot the score.
$58.
You was probably too busy commentating yourself, wasn't you, Henry, according to your social feeds?
Yep, I was on another game.
100.
Very good game last night, actually. Barcelona, Bayern Munich. Rafinha, hat-trick in his 100th appearance for the club. Probably turned out to be 101, though, in my week this week.
99.
Of course, Aston Villa, top of the brand new Champions League pool phase, which was introduced this season. Very interesting new setup for that.
135.
And a matter of fact, Paul Hinks' Manchester United are in action this evening. They take on Fenerbahce in Turkey in the Europa League.
140.
There he is, Paul Hinks. Fenerbahce, of course, being managed by Jose Mourinho, the ex-Manchester United boss.
59.
But Atkins pushing on here.
135.
Averaging in excess of 93. Has left himself on a 2-darter after 12 and looking to press home a 3-0 advantage.
123. Gemini 69.
We'll expect at least a dart. Trevor would have gave him 2. It's going to be 1 at tops.
49. Jerome
And
Nuka
another
84.
opportunity for Caron, who's only won 1 leg so far today. He's hit 1 dart and a double from his 18 attempts, and he's not going to get any more here. It is not
28.
the day here
Nuka 20.
for Jerome Caron.
Game shot on
Double
the third
10
leg.
goes.
Jamie
Atkins is 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, Jerome to throw first. Game on. $135.
Maximum for Atkins.
$81. $140.
And there, just a sign again of what I'm talking about, that dart not comfortable in the hand of Jerome Caron. I really do think he would
45.
benefit from looking into the tungsten and the shape of darts. There's so many different shapes of barrel out there at the moment. Just with that little twizzle
50.
in the hand, you tend to find it's a little bit harder when you've just got this traditional straight barrel dart.
85. Gemini car 131.
Well, this to seal a 4-0 win.
$55. Jerome Nuka 155.
Left himself on 76. Caron 155. Chubba 19. Would have left the double. Atkins 76.
99.
For
Gemini
a
car
4-0
76.
win. And it would be a 4-0 win in sumptuous style. 16 for tops. Tops it is.
56.
But tops, that is
Jerome
not
Nuka
got.
56.
Now Caron looking at the target that Atkins has just missed. But a failure to take out the tops
36.
and tens means that
Jimmy Carr,
Atkins is
20.
back for another match-winning opportunity. 2 tens,
Getting
seals a
shown the match,
4-0
Jamie
win
Atkins.
for Jamie Atkins. He gets the better Giroud Caron, and it means that he moves on to 4 points in the group following 3 rounds of matches. So that's that game done and dusted. That's game 9 of our session completed. It's Mills and Thomas after the break to begin round 4. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have seen 3 rounds worth of matches on this Thursday afternoon. This is what we've seen before the break. Jamie Atkins got the better of Caron by 4-0. Martin Thomas beat Sean Holley by 4-3. And Kevin Mills got a 4-2 success against Robert Thornton. So the table, after 3 rounds of matches, looks like this. Martin Thomas and Kevin Mills both picking up maximum points, and they go toe-to-toe in the next game coming up here. Jamie Atkins is on 4 points, Sean Holley on 2, Robert Thornton, Angela and Caron without a point to their name. Right, let's watch the top two. The winner will retain their unbeaten record at the beginning of this Thursday at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The loser will be precariously looking over their shoulder, but still in a strong position. The winner of this game effectively has the group in their hands. For the loser, yes, they'll lose that unbeaten record, but the damage will not be as badly done as perhaps it would have done earlier on in the day. It's Thomas, it's Mills, it's our 10th game of the session, the first match of the 4th round of matches. Matthew Edgar's alongside me in the commentary box to talk it through.
One of these two players is going to reach to 8. And when you look at this group and you look even at the bottom of the table, players like Robert Thornton down there, you know they're going to play their part somewhere. There's lots of points to be split and shared. When I first looked at the players in it, I thought the ceiling may lower slightly. Normally I say 14 points, but I wouldn't be surprised to see someone qualify on 12. If that is the case, the winner of this game would pretty much be 1 foot in.
I mentioned these were two players that were
91
in the middle of the bookmakers betting at the beginning of the session. Thomas 5-2, Mills 15-2, but they're making those odds look a little bit silly right now as Mills hits the game's first maximum.
100. Kevin Carr 131. $77.
Ideal.
140.
You're expecting another one there. You understand that flat-lying dart. There's a perfect one in the bottom of the bed. That's ideal here for Kevin Mills' angle of entry.
Martin McCarr 70.
Unable to use it over pitches.
And so Thomas here looking at 70 for the break of throw, 20 for tops. Tops are 1-0.
30.
But it's high, wide and not handsome. Mills looking for the same target. Mills getting the tops target to open up a 1-0 lead.
Second leg Martin to throw first. Game on. $100. 75. 60. 42. 100.
Good last start there. Just keeps his nose in front in this leg.
60. 180.
And that means that Thomas is in a very good position now to hold the throw and level up at 1-1. He has stretched this leg away from
95.
Kev. He's got no response, no answer. It's tops.
21.
Now had a dart at that target to win each of the opening two legs.
95. Martin McCarr 40. Game shot on the second leg.
This time he obliges. And we have a level game at 1 apiece.
Third leg Kevin to throw first. Game on. $140.
Reminder, we'll be back tonight, 10 p.m. with what you, Henry, believe is a very high-quality Group B campaign.
Yeah, you look at all 5 players that are playing in that group, and
57.
the expectation of all of them is very, very high. You've got a former series runner-up in Caron, Aidan Cook, who missed starts to win a week
81.
on his debut, and in his last appearance played well as well. Kevin Burnett, haven't seen him here in a while. Chris Gilliland, a player that's just brimming to doing
85.
something in this building. And Danny Janssen, who I think will be regrouping ahead of tonight. He did what he needed to do on Monday. It was consistent the first couple of days. Didn't quite work out yesterday, but tonight could be a different story. And the story of that group will
60.
be told from 10 o'clock as
Matthew
Kevin
Carr,
Mills has 2 bounce
140.
outs in the same visit.
$100.
Thomas has left tops after 12 for the break. Averaging here, 99.28.
We've been waiting, haven't we, for someone to really
59.
stamp
Matthew
their
Carr,
authority
40.
on this group and really show the levels.
Getting
Maybe
shown the
Martin
third
Thomas
leg.
is going to
Martin
be
Thomas.
that player.
13 data, breaker throw. Martin
leg
Thomas
Martin to
2-1 to
first.
the goods.
Game on. $85. $100. $26. $100.
Going through the gears now, isn't he, Martin
140.
Thomas? Starting to show a little bit of class.
Remember, the winner of this game will
100.
move on to 8 points in this group. Will be 4 from 4 and will have the chance to complete the card in their
100.
final match. In fact, if Martin Thomas does complete the card today, then he puts Jamie Atkins in a difficult suit, because that is exactly who Martin plays
130.
in the final
Matthew
round of
Carr,
fixtures.
150.
That game in match 14.
$86.
Looking to leave
Kevin
himself
Carr,
on top, so he
71.
found the treble 10 there, unable to do so. And so Mills for level match. He's looking at tops,
31.
but he cannot find it.
Matthew Carr, 64.
Tops.
24.
That was an opportunity for Martin
Carr,
Thomas to
40.
move 2 legs clear in this contest. But
30.
Mills has spurned a
Matthew Carr,
plethora of
40.
opportunities to level this contest up. And he may well find himself a couple of legs behind here. Indeed, he will
He's
find
showing the
himself
fourth
a
leg,
couple of
Martin
legs
Thomas.
behind, because Martin Thomas has moved 3-1 to the good. Kevin
leg
Mills
Kevin to
scratching
first.
his head
Game
as
on.
to how he finds himself 2 legs behind. But he now has to win the 3 remaining on offer if he is to attain and retain
140.
his perfect start to the day.
$95. $79.
Every game today for Kevin Mills has seen a couple of bounce outs, and it's happened again. Some of that will be down to his style and the way in which he throws the darts.
100.
But not switching down with the last start there, Martin Thomas. Means he's going to have to move away from the treble 20 at some point
60.
here. Or he's going to have to fill it up.
He said he needed to find a few triples. That was not the treble he had in mind.
46. $115.
Kevin Mills thinking of a comeback here, threatening a comeback here.
40. Kevin Caron, 107.
And has got 6 starts of 107 to bring this contest back to 3-2. Double 10 leaves double 15, but he's going to come back for another crack.
The first real sign of a wayward shot there for Kevin Mills in terms of sort of an unforced error as
60.
such.
Kevin Caron, 30.
Goes straight for the double 15. And a
26.
failure to find that target at the
Martin
double 4 has
Caron,
given Martin
160.
Thomas an outside opportunity of winning this match.
Be the biggest shot of the group so far. 2 trebles and a double. Just over pitches it.
60.
But time now starting to run out for Kevin Mills. He doesn't have that luxury anymore.
Getting shown
As
the
the
pitch by
sands of
Kevin
time
Mills.
ticks away, Kevin Mills eventually finds the double 2. Back to 3-2.
6-leg Martin to through first.
And Martin Thomas
Game on.
has just destroyed the same bit of set that Kevin Mills destroyed earlier on in the week. He does enjoy his trips down to Portsmouth. Turns out quite literally.
So that's 2 people that's fell
100.
down the Stephen Burton this week.
The Stephen Burton rabbit hole.
139.
It's always nice to be known for something, isn't it? But it's quite often you're known for things going wrong.
Yep,
96.
I can vouch for that.
$100. $129. $170.
Beautiful darts, beautiful setup play there from Kevin Mills. In a leg that felt it was all
60.
about Martin
Kevin
Thomas.
Caron, 92.
Potential 11 darter here to take us all the way to a deciding leg. 72 remaining. 24 remaining. But 12
80.
remaining if he gets another
Martin
go.
Caron, 116.
If he doesn't get another go, he'll be walking off stage. And Martin Thomas will be top of the table.
But he's going to get a match dart. Tops for the match. Tops to win it with Ton Topper. Beautiful. A magnificent way to win the match for Martin Thomas. A 116 secures his 4th win of the day. And he is the player to beat. He is the man that they're all gunning down and they're all chasing down. And when he takes on Jamie Atkins in their final games of the day, for Martin Thomas, is to complete the card. He started off slowly, but he's got better as the day has gone along. A 4-2 win against Kevin Mills. Coming up next is Caron up against Robert Thornton. It's the 4th meeting between this pair so far this week.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. One about that there for Nyla, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening count. first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as a You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello.
It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. Macy a double-double. Does go double 19. What's in the love of double 19? Great shot. Wow, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No one aiming, unfortunately. He did go for this one. And we're seeing to that
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up. So will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done.
When
you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Tops for a breaker throw. Steve West got double 20. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Martin Thomas got his 4th win of the day, sealing a 4-2 success against Kevin Mills. He's got the chance to complete the card should he get the better of Jamie Atkins in our 14th match of the session. Game 11 sees Caron and Robert Thornton go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. These two have been battling one another throughout the course of the first 3 days of competition, and neither player have a win to their name so far on Thursday. The loser of this game, you'd say already, is pretty much out of contention. Now, we're speaking about this different setup for Caron. Well, he's using 43. That different set at the beginning of this game here against Robert.
When you're changing the equipment, when you're changing what you're throwing, it means you're not happy and comfortable. And no surprise of that when we look at the numbers, the stats, the results. Everything points the way at the moment that today it's not going the same way for Caron in the same line of performance that we saw in 45. Group A. And Robert Thornton may see this, may recognise it, and may see this as his chance to get back into this group. He's lost his first 3 matches.
77.
He's lost the darts to the floor again. But you can and often do go through a group with 14 points. That is the maximum that Robert Thornton can now do if he wins every single game. Now, Robert Thornton may be looking at this group and thinking, there's no one in this group I can't beat.
93.
Jeroen, you just feel like he's got to do something in a game, and
82.
not necessarily even win a game, but just do something within a match which just gives him a bit of confidence, whether that's a big check ad or a clean leg here and there.
100.
Just something just to make him believe again, because it's felt like a couple of days where he's just been hit a lot psychologically.
95. Robert Carr, 97.
Double-double was what Robert was looking at there
57.
to leave himself on top. That's exactly what he's on and what he'll have a look at if Caron cannot take out the 103. 84 left, double 20 leaves double 12. 2 12s for Caron.
91.
Never looked likely.
Robert Carr, 40.
Game shot in the first leg, Robert Thornton.
But that looked likely, and Thornton gets the breaker throw to lead 1-0.
Second leg, Robert to throw first. Game on. .45.
Again, starting down on the 19, Sharoon. And a perfect start down on the 19s.
He's done this a few times now, starting down on the 19s and finding success. And again, that's going to
97.
Plant some seeds now in his mind that that's the thing he needs to do.
He could do the scut. Well, he could
100.
have. But I do raise this question. If you're feeling as if you're playing better on the 19s and then keep hitting the job on 19s, I know, obviously, if he hits a 171, he can't leave himself on a finish after 6 or 9. I get that. Totally understand that. But wouldn't you just try and persevere down there just to get a bit more confidence, or am I talking gobbledygook?
Well, he's putting that theory to bed straight away, isn't he? He's had 2 maximums in this leg. A maximum on the 20s, a maximum on the 19s. He lost his throw in the opener.
100.
He may be about to get it straight back.
50.
Possible 10-darter.
But he was never entertaining the prospect of the bull. But he would take that 12. And this was exactly what we were talking about in terms of just trying to get some confidence. A clean 12 darter, couple of maximum turns, and Caron is back on terms.
That's the first leg he's won in 2 games. He's lost his last 2 games by 4 legs to 0. Robert Thornton will be wondering, why me? Why now does Jeroen Caron find his best?
.95.
Well, those are the numbers. Sharoon averaging 95, aided
97.
and abetted by that 12 darter in the previous leg for Robert. A big upturn in performance in comparison to what we've seen from
97.
him elsewhere today.
.139. .139. Robert Carr, 170.
Perfectly laid for another. Bullseye for Robert to reel the fish here, but it grazes the 25 wire.
110.
This would be a painful shot to Robert Thornton. It's not going to go for Caron, so Thornton should be getting another 2 darts here to re-establish that breaker throw.
To re-establish the authority, but he's busted it.
Jerome Car, 36.
That's what just makes the anger levels grow. And he doesn't want to see this go last start in hand.
Green shot on the third leg, Jerome Caron.
Caron, this is so much better.
Fourth leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Until now, on the outer ring, Caron had thrown 20 darts in matches 1, 2 and 3, of which he only hit 1. For those of you that deal in a percentage, 5.
Well, he's on more legs in this match than he has done for the entirety of the day so far.
He's ticking all the boxes in this one, isn't he? He's more 180s in this match than he has in any match so far today, combined. More doubles in any combined game.
83.
It could be a damaging blow for Thornton. It'd put him bottom of the table with defeat here. It'd probably eliminate his possibilities. Mathematically could still get through, but by all likeliness, he wouldn't.
Leave him between a rock and a hard place, wouldn't it, in terms of his hopes of making it through. Even if he got the maximum 12 points, it's probably going to be too big a task when you consider that Martin Thomas is already on 8. Kevin Mills has reached 6.
40.
And Jamie Atkins, you would suspect, will be on at least 12 points come the end of the group. And that's probably putting it on a nice way, or in a nice way.
31. 96.
Thornton needs himself on a 2 darter to level this game up at 2-2, looking at 88 to tie the scores.
100.
Caron himself on a 2 darter,
88.
and now searching around to try and find a lost flight. The bullseye
54.
would have ensured that Caron would have lost his lead as well.
97.
Tops. This would be a pinch of a leg, but it's a wild dart at that target.
77.
Well, Thornton hit this in the last leg when he didn't want it. Well, that is the frustration of a man who's beginning to boil over.
26. Geronimo Carr, 20.
He knows the end of his chances at qualifying could be on the horizon.
Getting shown the 4th leg, Jerome Caron.
Jerome Caron now has the advantage of throw in 2 of the
Fifth leg,
last
Jerome
3 legs to
first.
really
Game
sink
on.
Robert Thornton's chances. He will feel right now that they're gone. He will feel that there is no chance that he is going to extend his stay here at the Super Series and add to his impressive record
79.
of qualifications through to Saturday nights.
And this would be the last time we see Robert Thornton here in 2024, and the last time that we see him before
96.
Christmas, because he's already played in this series, played a 2-day Group B back in week 2. Made it through to the final, but was unable to win it. And so
100.
with it will be the end of his campaign for the calendar year. He could still play at the Global Championship if he wins the seniors, qualify for that. But other than that,
140.
that is going to be the end of the Fawn here at the Super Series in 2024.
$81.
Probably assume that next time we see Robert after this, if he doesn't qualify, and that looks incredibly likely like right now, will probably be
135.
in January. He'll probably try and get an appearance and book an appearance here prior to the Seniors World Championship in February.
85. Robert Carr, 130.
But never write this man off, but you can write him off for the 130.
90. Geronimo Carr, 156. $100. Robert Carr, 40.
It's double 5.
Possibly last start, last opportunity.
35. Geronimo Carr, 56.
This for the match, and this for a 4-1 win for Jeroen Caron. Tops.
$36.
Doesn't
Robert Carr,
go.
5.
Key opportunities missed. Thornton returns to extend this game. 2 at double 2. Only
Getting
needs
shown
the
the fifth leg,
1.
Robert Thornton.
And this game goes on. Thornton with the breaker throw,
Sixth leg,
having
Robert to throw first. Game
the
on.
advantage of having the darts to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
$140.
For one of the most unlikely turnarounds here, Robert Thornton was in danger of exploding not too long ago. Thought better of it when he pulled the hand back to
59.
just launch the dart at the board. Somehow re-finding some composure here.
Well, sometimes you just need to
75.
have that moment, don't you? We saw a similar situation, didn't we, on the Pro Tour not too long ago. Nathan Aspinall having a moment.
46.
That went viral across social media.
60. 100. 59.
Well, that leaves Thornton on a finish, and it looks like from 3-1 behind, he's set to take us all the way to a last leg decider in this contest.
135. Robert Carr, 167.
167 to take us all the way. The bullseye to take us all the way. Oh, that's brilliant. Wonderful from Robert Thornton. A 167 to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
Game on.
The first of the series. And to be honest, it's the sort of spark that he's needed.
100.
Full credit to Robert Thornton here. It would have been so easy to continue on the path that he was on to self-destruction in this tournament. However, he's dug in here, he's fought back. It's not that Caron's dropped the levels, it's that Robert Thornton's rose them. And a win here will keep his hopes alive.
100.
He'll still be in with a chance of qualifying.
$100. 60.
Here's his chance. Here's his opportunity.
$100.
Crowbars that last start into the treble bed to leave himself on the finish that he took out in the previous leg, the 167.
100. Robert Carr, 167.
Couldn't repeat the feat, could he? No, not this time. And so Caron will have a match-winning chance at 141.
41. Jerome Carr, 141.
He hasn't shaved too much off it there, Robert Thornton.
45. Robert Carr, 126.
This to complete the job and to complete a comeback career. He had trailed 3-1 in this contest, but Thornton's going to get a dart of the ball to win it 4-3, and it would have been with back-to-back tub plus checkouts. But by virtue, it's giving Caron his match-winning opportunity. Treble 19 gives himself a dart at double 18 to see it through. It sneaks into the corner, and Jerome Caron sneaks a win against Robert Thornton. He shakes his head. He knows that today hasn't been his day. The 167 could have been a moment that lit him into life, but he was unable to then take out the 126 in the deciding leg. Caron, with his first win of the day, sealing a 4-3 success against the twice World Seniors champ. Coming up after the break, Jamie Atkins looking to keep pace with the top two, Martin Thomas and Kevin Mills. He takes on Sean Holley after this short break.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. What a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win. B. Group B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Yay,
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
But his debut delights for Davidson.
And the Week 6 Modus Super Series champion.
It isn't.
And the Week 1 Modus Super Series champion.
The ADC World Global Championship takes place this December at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, taking place from the 9th to the 22nd of December. A mixture of regulars at the Modus Super Series as well as qualifiers from around the globe will join us on a 2-week cycle worth of brilliant darts to round off 2024. Here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. £55,000 on offer on the Grand Finals day. £85,000 on offer altogether. And the winner will pocket 25 grand as well as the inaugural title of ADC Global Champ. Right, next up, Holley and Atkins. It's game 12 of our session, and for Jamie Atkins,
44.
if he wins this game, he'll feel like he's back at an even kilter. 6 points from 4 matches, an opportunity to finish the day on 8. Level on points with Martin Thomas, who plays in that final game.
57.
Strong end to the day, and he'll put himself, you'd feel, Matt, in prime position.
43.
Now, I've been doing some digging, Henry, and I can tell you some incredible stats. So, we know these are 2 players that have played on the county scene for quite some time.
58.
Jamie Atkins representing Warwickshire, Sean Holley representing Oxfordshire. Now, there's a thing on the Warwickshire website, the Warwickshire database,
140.
which has information and stats from every single game ever played in Warwickshire. Dave Wykes, who's
66.
sadly no longer with us, built this incredible database, which tells us some things that Jamie Atkins has played 112 times for Warwickshire, nearly one of
41.
the most capped players in Warwickshire history. But one of those games that happened on the 6th of October 2013 was Jamie Atkins versus Sean Holley.
140.
Jamie Atkins winning 4-0 on that occasion, despite the 2
95.
180s from Sean Holley. There's always going to be things like that, though, isn't there? We know Sean Holley's played on the county stage for around about half of his life. Jamie Atkins first made his debut in January 2008.
100. Sean Carr, 138.
I was 7.
Thought you'd find a way to bring that back to you, Henry.
58. Jamie McCart, 80.
Meakin. 80 for Atkins for the break and throw of the opening leg. Beautiful first start. 2 in his hand at double 10. Only needs the one to get the break and throw. Jamie Atkins is up and running in this contest.
Second leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, some great stats on that site. You get to see all the most appearances over the years, the best averages over the years. That's collective and best performances. Jamie Atkins, the 18th best player
100.
in regards to the one-off games in Warwickshire history. Some legends on there. One who we may see here. The 6th best player of all time in Warwickshire history, Steve Beaton.
LeBron Dodonis.
40.
Quite a few of these players we do see here still, don't we? Mark McGeeney's played down here. Ted Everts. Ooh, what about the Pie Man? Wouldn't we love to see him here at the Super Series?
Looking very well at the minute, isn't he, Andy?
Yeah, he's more like the apple and strawberries man.
60. Jamie McCart, 56.
Well, this is a potential 11 darter here for Jamie Atkins to open up a 2-0 lead. Tops is what he wants. Tops is what he gets. That's brilliant from Jamie. Absolutely brilliant.
Third leg, Sean to throw first. Game on.
Well, if that is the only meeting between the pair, Jamie Atkins has never lost a leg to Sean Holley.
41.
Certainly not in this kind of environment.
Flowing much better now. His average at this present moment in time is 110.5. 2 from 2 on his doubles. He's had a bit of a gap between his last game and this game, and whatever has happened, he is putting right perfectly. 4 nearly beat Caron in his previous match, averaging 89. He's been playing by and large to his annual stats, but now he's going up a level.
That's what's happening, isn't it? He is going up a level. Let's not undersell this. He's going up multiple levels. No one has threatened or even got close yet today to the 100-plus average, but Jamie Atkins well over that at the point he's at the halfway to victory.
81.
And he is the player that, of the 6 in this group at this present moment in time, has the highest ceiling. He's the one who'll have the greatest expectation on his shoulders, even though he hasn't qualified for a finals night yet.
125.
And he's continuing this barrage of power scoring. He's left 83 after 12. And he could win this game. Could put himself 3-0 up in this game, or in a leg of winning this game, in the space of 5 minutes. Bullies double 8s. That's great. That's beautiful. It's wonderful from Jamie Atkins. 3 from 3 on the doubles, an average of 104.86. And the man for the Midlands is playing like the maestro right now.
Well, if you was just tuning in for the first time today, seeing Jamie Atkins, you may think,
57.
Why was he the favourite to win this group? You are finding out why right now. 100% on the doubles. And averaging over 100 for the majority of this game.
$97.
You get the vibe from Sean Holley that he almost just appreciates the good darts that are going on in front of him. He's quite happy to be up there getting a front row seat.
Just taking the experience as it comes, but I think he'll know that there's going to have to be 1 or 2 improvements when it comes to tomorrow's play.
84.
Sometimes the first day is just about settling in, particularly when this is something completely brand new, as he's openly admitted that's the case.
84.
This might be a learning curve, and the lesson he's being taught here is Jamie Atkins at his rip-roaring best is some player and a very difficult opponent to beat.
121.
You can just see in the zip
154.
and the pace of the darts at the minute that's being thrown by the man from the Midlands that he is in full control, and he's going to come back for 57 to win this game 4-0. He's 3 from 3 on his doubles, and he'll
43,
fully expect to
57.
wrap this contest up right here. Tops of the match. Double 10. Clips the wire, but Holley has been
37.
reprieved.
Shonukar 111.
Still a lot of work to do here. Needs a treble with the first 2 darts. Can't find it. So Jamie Atkins,
55.
3 darts in
Shonukar
hand
20.
for a 3rd win.
But he's
No
bust
score.
it.
Shonukar
He's killed the
56.
average. Down to a measly 93 now. It's Tots of Holley.
Game
That's
shown the
jolly.
fourth leg, Sean
That's a
Holley.
leg on the board. It's back to 3-1. And it's a break, crucially, as well.
5th leg Shonda through first.
And he looks
Game on.
like he's very surprised by the fact that he's got a leg on the board there, but now knows he can get down to business. That's one of the breaks to throw. So the task at hand to turn this around doesn't seem as daunting
60.
anymore.
One of them 40.
He's one of those
60.
players, Jamie, because of his action. When he's in full flow, he is so easy on the eye. It's beautiful to see. It's beautiful to
One of them
watch.
40.
And it must be horrible to play against.
One of them 40. $91.
Good last start. Leaves himself on the little fish.
100. Gemini car 130.
Triple 20 leads the ball. Not to be for Jamie Atkins.
94.
But he is going to
Jonah
come
Carr,
back for 36,
141.
providing Holley doesn't take out the 141. He's not going to. And so this,
87. Gemini car 36.
to put the curtain down on a superb display. Double 18 for Jamie Atkins. Now double 9.
18. Jonah Carr 54.
Stumbling at the finishing line, isn't he? He was 3 from 3. He's now 3 from 11.
35. Gemini car 18.
Another opportunity.
Splits it. Double 4. At
Shown the
times,
match,
he
Jamie
was
Atkins.
irresistible in that contest. And Jamie Atkins, particularly after the first 3 legs, has laid down a gauntlet-like marker to the rest of the field. In the end, the average only 92, but after 3 legs, it was sniffing around the ton. He was 3 from 3 on his doubles. He eventually got over the line for 1. That the tale of the tape from that particular match. One more round of matches to go, and it kicks off with Caron up against Kevin Mills.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-10 weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Marvin Van Velzen!
He is our champion, Marvin Van Velzen, and there is the trophy that they all want to pick up. Well, we're 4 rounds down on this Thursday afternoon here at the Super Series, and before the break we saw Jamie Atkins get the better of Sean Holley by 4 legs to 1. Caron beat Robert Thornton once again in a last leg decider. Martin Thomas preserving his 100% record with a 4-2 win against Kevin Mills, and this is what it does to the table going into the final round of matches. Martin Thomas, perfect, looking to complete the card if he can get the better of Jamie Atkins in game 14. Kevin Mills and Jamie Atkins both on 6. Sean Holley and Caron with a solitary win to their name. Robert Thornton pointless on this Thursday afternoon. Caron and Kevin Mills kick off the final round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. And if you've not had enough of the darts today, well, fear not, because we are going to be back at 10 o'clock this evening, all the way through to the early hours of the morning to bring you all the action from Group B. And what an exciting lineup we have for you. Caron Crabtree, Danny Jansen dropping down from Group A. Kevin Burness making a long awaited return here. We're going to see Aidan Kurt, former weekly finalist. Chris Gilliland, a man who is knocking at the door. But who is going to knock at the door of opportunity here? Kevin Mills.
Game on.
Could end his day on 8 points. There's a possibility that the top 3 in the group could all be on 8 points come the end of play. There's actually a possibility.
26.
There's actually a possibility in this group at the end of today that we could have 3 players tied on 8 points and then 3 players also on plus 8 in terms of legs won. Now, for that to happen, Kevin Mills has to win this game 4-2, and Jamie Atkins has to beat Martin Thomas by 4 legs to 2.
95.
And if that was to be the case, then Martin Thomas would be on 8 points plus 6, 18 legs won. Kevin Mills would be on 8 points plus 8, and he would have won 18 legs. And Jamie Atkins would be on 8 points, plus 8 legs, and 17 legs won.
100.
And if that was to be the case, I don't think there's ever been a closer Group C after day 1 in the history of this format.
96.
That's what we expected, wasn't it, with this group of players? All will play a part somewhere. I don't expect it to be any different tomorrow. I think even the players
45.
down the bottom end of the table, you look at the bottom, very bottom, Robert Thornton. He could burst into life at any moment, but at the moment there's no points on the board.
Instead of bursting
29.
into life, it's felt like his bubble has burst. And everything will bubble up towards Saturday
100.
evening, live from 7:30 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel.
32. Jerome Car 135.
Caron 135 to take out the opening leg. We'll possibly feel like he's got 6 from here.
97. Kevin O'Carr, 147.
Kevin Mills does have a ton plus checkout already to his name this week. The 121.
129.
Nearly made it too.
Kevin O'Carr, 38.
Caron is going to split this, double 16 to take out the opening leg.
$22.
Does not go, and
Kevin
so
O'Carr,
Mills will
18.
return for double 9 to get the breaker throw right from the get-go. Two 4s.
10. Jerome O'Carr, 16.
Double 8 for Giroud.
No score.
But
Kevin
he has
O'Carr,
spurred
8.
5 opportunities to take out this opening leg, and Mills could pick his pocket.
That has hit the actual numbering. So you know what's going to happen now. He's going to hit straight in the double.
Getting shot on the first leg, Kevin Mills.
Always the way.
Mystic Edgar.
Second leg, Kevin to throw first.
And you should see the smirk on his face.
Game on. $26.
Gives himself a sarcastic round of applause after hitting 26 at the beginning of leg 2.
$96. $100. $45.
Really expressive at the moment, is he, Giroud Caron? Lots of facials when he's
30.
getting to that release point.
But for the first time this week, we're seeing real frustration on the face of Kevin Mills. Something that we've actually said about Kev is how cool and calm he's been, but he's just letting the frustration just boil up a little bit.
140.
I mean, let's be 100% honest. This hasn't been a good game.
$100.
Both players will know that they're below par so far, but there is still time to rectify the situation.
$100. $58. Jerome O'Carr, 120.
Tops, this would be the spark. That could be the moment. That could be the time where things change.
Third leg, Jerome to
If
throw
ever a
first.
game needed a moment just to light up the catalyst, it was this game and that moment. Caron with his second ton plus checkout of the day. The 120 joins the 121, and suddenly, he has began to spring into life here.
Digging deep. Just like he did against Robert Thornton, he had the 3-1 lead. Thornton really rose the levels to get it back to 3 apiece, and then Caron got over the line in the last leg. And now, again, digging deep.
95.
Finding. Trying to keep his hopes alive. Victory here would move him on to 4 points, keep him in contention of qualification.
140.
Close the gap on Kevin Mills, who's currently sat in position 2.
96.
But this will be sweet, sweet music to both Jamie
84.
Atkins and
Jerome
Martin
O'Carr,
Thomas ahead of their
170.
game in match 14. If Giroud Caron can pick the points up here, he could follow up with a fish. Go on, Giroud. Oh, so
145.
close. So close to reeling it in. Suddenly there's pressure on this. Suddenly this leg feels a bit different.
21. Kevin Ducar, 57.
And suddenly Kevin Mills, who looked completely out of this leg, is going to get 2 at tops to win it.
Game shot on the third leg.
Break
Kevin
a throw,
Mills.
the third consecutive at the beginning of this match.
Fourth leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on. $100.
There'll be an air of comfort up there as well for these players because they've played each other for the last 3 days, so nothing unexpected. They'll be used to the pace of the play as
60.
well. For Kevin Mills, he'll probably fancy the job due to
60.
the positive record in the head-to-heads.
$95. $45. $140.
Caron can get out of this with 4 points. He's got a lot of work to do, don't get me wrong, on the last
81.
day's worth of play, but he wouldn't necessarily rule himself out of it. I've seen players go through after picking up 4 points on the opening day, but the big problem he has is the fact that he got beaten so
42.
comprehensively so early on in the programme.
$57. Jerome Car, 164.
We've seen some big finishes today. We've seen the 167 from Thornton. We've seen the 121 and the 120
95.
of Caron
Kevin
and the
Ducar,
136 of
158.
Martin Thomas. Are we going to see a 158 here? Not to be. So Caron looking for the 4 consecutive break and
44.
throw.
Jerome Car, 69.
It's been a breakathlon thus far. And it is tops.
49. Kevin Ducar,
And that was a dart to draw
114.
him level.
$54. Jerome Car, 20. Game shot on the fourth leg, Jerome Caron.
Level we are at 2-2. 4 breaks of throw in the
Fifth leg,
first
Jerome
4
to throw
legs of
first.
this
Game on.
contest. We are none the wiser. But when that first dart hits there,
140.
that is the perfect first dart for Giroud. Dead centre, stood up to attention. It cries for
45.
bedfellows.
$60. $134. $140.
Be a really good end to the day for Caron. A win against
60.
Thornton.
Jerome Car,
Possible win
161.
against Mills. Keeps him in contention on 4. And then he's got it in his own hands because there'll be the reverse fixtures tomorrow as well. So his first game will
58.
be against Kevin Mills. And that'll be a chance there to draw level with Mills if he can do the double. So Mills needs to be watching over his shoulder here
87.
because
Jerome
Caron
Car,
could cause him
103.
some problems.
Well, that's a happy accident potentially. Tops.
63.
Bends the wire. He hasn't been too far away, actually, when he's had darts at tops on the back of combinations. His biggest problems tended to be when he's had free in hand.
55. Geronimo Caron,
Thrown
40.
with an element of frustration there, Kevin Mills.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Geronimo Caron.
That is the first holder throw we've seen in this contest. Caron 3-2 up and a leg away from the
6th leg,
win.
Kevin to throw first. Game on. $55. $140.
Kevin Mills just checking his approach on the way in, making sure he's not rushed,
96.
making sure he's doing things at his own pace. Trying to make sure he's not doing the opposite
100.
of the end of the day that we're talking about for Jeroen Caron, where he'd probably be quite happy that he's rescued his day. For Kevin Mills, he started out perfectly.
60.
And now he's in danger of losing his last two. He lost 4-2 to Martin Thomas. And the way this is going at the moment, you make Caron favourite.
60.
Possibly a lofty favourite. And there's a
91.
possibility, because these two meet in the first round of matches tomorrow, that both of these two could be on 6 points by the end of that personal head-to-head. Because Caron here is marching towards the finishing line, 6-2-0-1, and he's left himself on 62 after 12. And he's pulled a really good performance out of the fire here. It was a very slow start, but the last few legs have been golden from the Belgian, an average of 86. After a slow and sluggish start, he's gone through the gears. He has found a purple patch and he's found a win. He's found 2 wins to end his day. He's moved on to 4 points overnight and he just puts himself on the outside periphery of qualification. A golden end to the day for Jeroen Caron as he walks down the stage. A 4-2 winner against Kevin Mills, who'd won his first 3 matches of the day. 2 defeats back-to-back means that he's going to finish 3rd in the table overnight. But for Jamie Atkins, if he can get the better of Martin Thomas, we'll have 2 players tied on 8 points at the top of the table at the end of day 1, although a win for the Welshman would ensure he completes the card.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not only.
He thinks it's it.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Can't down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
It's one of the things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where the top two in the table in Group C go toe-to-toe. Martin Thomas and Jamie Atkins going head-to-head in their final matches of the day. A win for Jamie Atkins would mean that him and the Welshman would be tied on 8 points going into the second day's play, whilst for Martin Thomas, a victory in this clash would mean that he's completed the card following the end of day one. And he'll be in prime position to go on and attack this group on day two. In fact, if he wins the personal head-to-head between him and Jamie Atkins, he'd open up a 4-point lead. And
looks like Jamie to throw first.
in terms of Kevin Mills in third space, it would open up a 6-point lead. So this could be the head-to-head, which effectively puts Martin Thomas in a position where he's pretty much through. But for Jamie Atkins, he played beautifully last time. 4-1 win against Sean Holley. And he looked like he was at his rip-roaring best, particularly in the first three legs.
Well, those first 3 legs, he was running around about the average of 105. Anywhere around that here, and he'll be able to pick up another victory.
96.
Martin Thomas has been very good at picking up the results today, winning all 4 of his games, but I think he'll be the first to admit that there may just need to be a little bit more
95.
to come. Certainly to challenge the likes of John Henderson, who is the only confirmed player so far into our Saturday night lineup.
95.
First job, get there. Doesn't matter how.
60. 140.
Cracking 140 that from Jamie. Leaves himself on 74 after 12 to take out the opening leg.
45. Jamie Lucar, 74.
This for 1-0. Double 16. 440. Beautiful. Wonderful. Nonchalant. Brilliant. Superb for Jamie Atkins.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
I don't think there's many more superlatives you can label at that man. But this is a man made of Welsh granite and Welsh steel.
I think the only thing he wants to be labelled as here is winner. Winner of this game. Winner
83.
of the group.
Oh, hello. 5 deep. But dart 6 goes a-begging.
Ironic deflection. Something you don't tend to get with these very small flights.
58. 26.
As crazy as it sounds, he didn't play his best in game 1, but he won that first match. And when you consider he hasn't been playing much, was that the result
96.
that just began to grow things for Martin Thomas?
Oh, absolutely. When you've been playing for a while, you need a positive result to start the day.
140.
It tends to go how those early games do, because you haven't got that trust to turn it around.
180. Martin Lucar, 32.
Well, he asks the question, does Jamie Atkins? In typical Welsh darter fashion, he drops a dart on the floor, and then normally goes straight in the double.
Game shot on the second leg, Martin
Just
Thomas.
like that. 1 apiece. Good quality contest this so far.
Third leg, Jamie
Atkins
to
and
throw
Thomas
first.
level at
Game
1
on.
apiece.
$81. 81.
Martin twice a weekly semi-finals, including in his previous appearance. His record in terms of making Saturday nights, by and
61.
large, is very good. And he'll be the first to admit, as we mentioned earlier on today, he doesn't commit or has
58.
the time to commit to the sport, perhaps as much as he would like. He's one of those players that
134.
almost makes you wonder if they had the time and the hours to really put the reps in, how good that A game, how good that ceiling could
58.
be.
He's clearly a player who's took a bit of time to study his darts, understand
80.
what his darts do. The slim flight, not something that's traditionally used. You can probably count on one hand the amount of people you can name that have used it over time. So to get to the point where you
85.
understand that that's the flight you
45.
need would take a little bit of experimentation.
129.
Atkins has left himself on double 8 to re-establish his lead at 2-1.
99. General car 16. Getting shot
No
on the third leg,
mistake.
Jimmy
Atkins halfway towards the victory post, halfway towards a win, which would put him
Fourth leg Martin
onto
through
8
first.
points
Game on.
overnight. And would put him into prime position in terms of qualification through to Saturday's final. He'd be 2 points clear of
60.
Kevin Mills, 4 points clear of Jeroen Caron.
$89.
But this is how sensitive the situation is. If Atkins wins, then we have a top 2 level. If Martin Thomas
41.
wins, he has a 4-point gap overnight from Atkins and Mills. And he looks in control of the situation then.
95.
Cannot undersell the weight that this game carries.
84. 97. 83. 100.
He's 120 points here, Atkins, from opening up a 3-1 advantage in this match.
102. Gemini car 120.
Oh, great second dart. Tops.
100. Mountain car 131.
Not to be, and so Thomas overturned for the 131. Was looking for trouble 17, and if he found that, would have been a couple of darts at tops.
91. Gemini car 20.
He has left himself on a double to level up, but Atkins for the break
Getting shot on the
gets
fourth
the
leg,
double
Jimmy
10,
Atkins.
moves into a 3-1 lead, and now has the darts to see
leg,
this
Jamie, the throw
contest
first.
through.
Game on.
Really coming of age, isn't he, on this Super Series stage? He's got better with every single appearance. But one thing he's doing here is he's starting to turn performance into wins. And he's being asked questions. He's being pushed here by Martin Thomas. And what that's doing is that's pushing Jamie Atkins'
91.
performance up even higher.
102.7. The Jamie Atkins average.
58.
Just kind of the average here was around about 3 legs into his previous match. It dovetailed because of a lot of missed doubles towards the end of the contest. He's playing at this supremely high level on a very consistent basis.
40.
And when you look at what everybody else is throwing back at him, it's been streets in front.
Well, if he is to win this game in this leg, he will end the day.
135.
Top of the table.
Which is probably justified
100.
when you consider the passages of play towards the end of the day. A second dart not in the board. 56 remaining. Thinking about his options.
88.
Will he even sell tops after 12? But this, to finish the day at the top of the table, may just be a dart of the bull. Even better, double 5.
85.
But Atkins cannot ascend to the summit overnight.
Unless
Getting shot on the 5th leg,
Martin Thomas misses, which he's not going to do. He's been loving that tops all day.
6th leg, Martin to throw first. Game on.
He won't be rushed really, Martin Thomas. He'll do things on his time. He'll do things when he's ready. Imagine if they did include a
41
shot clock in darts. I think there'd be a couple of people struggle with that format, and a couple of people that would love it. What do you think it'd be? 15 seconds? 10 seconds? What would you say would be a fair time?
I don't know, but I'm thinking, what would the punishment be if they went outside of that time?
Just call the score that's in. If they've got 2 darts in, the last one don't come in time. 40.
One of them.
Yeah, but the third dart theoretically could have been a bouncer. They're not the other 2 out.
How many times do you recall that ever happening?
55.
A couple of times.
Exactly.
Electric shock could be more fun.
45. One of them, 40.
Tough 40. He's Thomas on a 2-darter after 12. Threatening a last leg decider.
105. Martin McCart, 85.
Treble 15 would have given him 2 darts at tops. And he's not even going to get a dart at the bullseye because the Evanus missed big number, which he struggled with earlier on today, has come
61.
back to cost him.
Jim McCart, 77.
And it could cost him dearly. It could cost him the match because Jamie Atkins here comes back for 77 to complete a 4-2 win. He's going to get a dart at tops.
57.
It doesn't go.
McCart,
And so
24.
Thomas gets free at double 12 to take us the distance.
So 2 match darts in 2 different legs for Jamie Atkins. 1 at 5, 1 at tops. Thomas looking to take this all the way, and we do.
On the 6th leg, Martin Thomas.
We go the distance. Jamie Atkins, following that pattern of the last game where he steams into the lead and then just stumbles a little bit at the finishing line.
$121.
But that is a start that instantaneously puts Martin Thomas under pressure. The question is, what pressure?
A 4th maximum of the game for Martin Thomas, a 6th in total.
One of them, 40.
Oh, he nearly made that 7, but a very big flyer dart there for Jamie Atkins. Done enough though, so that 1 dart won't make too much of a difference.
Been a very good game, a very good contest. 13 visits of 1 treble or more. 5 visits of 2 trebles or more for Jamie Atkins. Couple of maximums. He's first to finish in this last leg.
90. Jamie McCart, 140.
Both players on a finish after 9. Another would have left double 10 to win it. He's going to leave
80.
himself handy.
Martin McCart, 135.
Martin, you expect we'll start on the ball here. That could be tricky. We won't get to find out. Oh, we do.
70. Jamie McCart, 60.
For this to move on to 8 points overnight, it's double top for Jamie Atkins. To round off a very good day of a 14-darter and to inflict a first defeat upon Martin Thomas in this Group C. two of the players who came into proceedings today, the two dominant players today. Jamie Atkins played with the air of confidence and the air of ability that his glistening CV in 2024 said that he should play at, whilst Sir Martin Thomas, we never quite knew what we were going to get from him. A year away from the live lounge in Portsmouth, but he could be very happy, very satisfied with the 4 wins that he's picked up. But the performance of the day was led for the final game of the day for Jamie Atkins. An average in the end, just underneath the ton. 4 from 7 when it came to the doubles. He's going to be the man to beat going into tomorrow's action. Coming up after the break, the final match of the session, Robert Thornton looking to get his first points on the board up against Sean Holley.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Dazzler, Glenn Durant. Gaming, shots, and a match. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. The Dazzler, Bobby Game, shot, and...
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jamie Atkins got the better of Martin Thomas in a last leg decider. It means that him and Martin will both be on 8 points at the top of the table going into tomorrow's action, and they will resume rivalries in match 2. For Robert Thornton and Sean Holley, today has not quite gone to plan, but they look quite jovial as they complete their final warm-up darts ahead of this final contest of the afternoon. For Robert Thornton, it's felt like one of those days where anything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong.
Well, Sean Holley has got 2 points on the board already at this point. If he is to win this game, will really keep himself in contention. But you feel if Robert Thornton wins this, it could potentially eliminate the pair in a way, because the top 2 are already on 8 points. So there'll be 6 points off a qualifying place with 10 to play for tomorrow.
2 players whose expectations, I think it's fair to say, probably would have been different. For Robert, dropping into Group C, there would have been an expectation that he should be at the thick end of it.
87.
Whilst for Sean Holley, I think this probably would have a breeding ground for experience. See where his game's at.
85.
Try and win matches. Of course, try and qualify for Saturday. But there was an air of nothing ventured, nothing gained about this particular experience for him.
45. Sean Ricard, 151.
But there's a possibility that Robert Thornton, if he's not careful, could finish bottom of both groups he's played in this week. He finished
49.
bottom of Group A, and overnight could finish bottom of Group C.
66. Sean Ricard, 102.
Tops.
82. Robert Ricard, 161.
Saw Thornton take out the 167 in his previous match
137.
against
Sean
Jeroen
Ricard,
Cow. He's not
20.
going to take out the 161. Holley 3 darts at double 10 to get the break and take the opening leg.
First leg, Sean Holley. Second leg, Sean to through first. Game on.
The trouble for Thornton is losing all 5 games on day one would mean he'd be really out of contention going into tomorrow.
42.
And that would be one of those days that just fill with frustration. Even when you're doing things right, it will feel like you've done things wrong.
26.
Don't forget, this is only the first session of the day.
140.
10 more matches coming up this evening in Group B. We'll be with you from
75.
10 o'clock all the way through to the early hours for a blockbuster Group B.
See, all these things right now will just be adding to the frustration for Robert Thornton. The 26 with darts sprayed all around the targets. The bounce
60.
out again, which is kind of been the story of his day so far. Then the fact he's not been picking up wins.
40.
It's all just going to irritate him.
$40.
And he's really struggling at the moment just to keep the darts straight. Spraying them all over the
68.
board. Sean Holley will like what he's seeing though. Chance to move to 4 points.
59.
A chance to move into position 4 in the table. Just to keep his hopes alive. And this would be his first game tomorrow as well as the fixtures reverse.
58. Sean Ricard, 160.
160 for Holley to double his lead. And he has got 6 darts from here.
100.
It's been efficient enough so far for Sean. It's what it's had to be really, because thus far Robert hasn't really been able to throw
100.
anything back.
Sean Ricard, 60.
Tops.
Game
2-0.
Sean the second leg, Sean Holley.
And for Sean Holley, this would be a sizable scalp. Robert Thornton,
Third
a
leg,
former
Robert to throw
World Grand
first.
Prix,
Game
former
on.
UK Open, twice World Seniors Champion, World Masters Champion. A man who has got one of the
42.
best CVs in the sport. A man whose achievements and titles 95% of players who have played at the thick end of the sport would happily trade in
68.
what they've won for what Robert has won.
60.
But it's not just today, is it? It's just not happened all week for Robert Thornton.
81.
It's one way he's just going to have to resign and consign to the record books. Put to one side and try and
27.
find a positive end to 2024. He'll be playing in Sunderland in a couple of weeks for the World Masters title. That's the only major seniors title which he
140.
hasn't picked up yet, having won the World Championship and the World Match Play. Ironically says, why now?
There it is, he says.
99.
But this was the Robert Thornton throw. He's thrown 12 to the 9 of Holley and he's still 60 behind, plus what we're about to see
60.
here. Not too much of a dent there from Sean Holley. But you just get the feeling watching Robert Thornton that even he doesn't know what's going to be happening next.
Sean Car,
A player
152.
completely void of confidence right now.
$60.
Holley looking at 92 to open up a 3-0 lead and to get the double breaker throw. Thornton nowhere really
40.
to be
Sean Car,
seen
92.
in this contest. Decided to persevere.
52.
He's left
Robert
himself
Car,
on tops.
146.
He did have that 167 out of nowhere earlier, didn't he, Robert Thornton, when he was
45.
trying to make a bit of a
Sean
charge back
O'Carr,
against
40.
Sharoon Caron. No such defiance here.
Double 10.
20. Robert Car,
try of Sean.
101.
And this would be a check out enough to make Sean cry. Tops.
Getting Sean the third
Beautiful.
leg, Robert Thornton.
And once again, when it looked like Robert Thornton was out of a leg,
Fourth
he
leg,
has
Sean
found
the
a
third
tub
first.
plus checkout.
Game on.
Not quite the numerical brilliance of the 167, but that 101 just keeps him in the game after Holley missed a handful of darts to make it 3-0.
It's the context, isn't it?
125.
Because this is Robert Thornton's chance to keep himself in this tournament. And that was Holley's chance to be 3-0 up and get a double
100.
breaker throw.
$60. $96. $140. $138.
Good turn that for Thornton. He's left himself on that 167, which you mentioned not long ago he took out in defeat to Sharoon Caron. But Holley with an excellent
135,
setup
Robert
there,
Car,
leads himself on 41
167.
after 12. This has to go. But he's not going to repeat the trick this time.
93. Sean Car, 41. Getting Sean the fourth leg, Sean
The
Holley.
first start of tops looked like exactly the same as the one he threw before, just on the top wire.
Fifth
This
leg, Robert
time
the third
able to
first.
use it, uses
Game
it
on.
well. And he's a leg away now from getting his second win of the day, which I think on the balance of play and how he's played today,
97.
he knows that it's been nowhere near his best. If he can come away still in the race, still with a chance, knowing that if he
41.
turns up tomorrow, starts to produce the levels he has been doing in recent weeks, that's going to excite Sean Holley.
42. $120.
Now that's mightily unlucky. Because that was his opportunity to take the throw of Thornton. Although admittedly, Thornton may have just
40.
done that work for him. It's Sean's from here. It's Sean's game from here. It's getting better as this game comes to a close.
21. Sean Car, 160.
Not even a single straight dart there for Robert Thornton. The story of his day has been the story of the
40.
week, and his week may be about to be over in regards to his chances of qualification.
$121. Sean Car,
And for all the hard work
120.
of darts 1 and 2, that deflection to the single 1 means that he's not on a finish. And so Sean Holley, 6 darts at 120 to beat the 4 and Robert Thornton.
82.
These would have been the moments he would have dreamt of when he got the invite. To beat a man of the calibre of Robert Thornton.
And he's a dart away from doing it.
60. Sean Car, 38.
Does he split or does he go for the hit? Straight for the
Showing
double
him out,
19
Sean
and
Holley.
straight into the double 19. A shake of the head from Sean Holley, but the beating and the scalp of Robert Thornton will be a prize victory for him. It's a second victory of the day. It puts him into full position. It puts him onto 4 points. Yes, he's got work to do when it comes to Friday's action, but that win and that points total at least gives him a chance. He's only 4 points off of Martin Thomas and Jamie Atkins, and they've got to go toe-to-toe in the first round of matches. Well, yes, he's going to need a big day. Yes, things are probably going to have to go his way, but he's put himself in the picture. As for Robert Thornton, a disaster of an opening day, without a point to his name going into Friday's action. But the top two are both on 8 points, and that is Martin Thomas and Jamie Atkins. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the day's action on this Thursday afternoon has come to an end. Matthew Edgar is alongside me. He's been watching every single dart in the commentary box, and this is what we have watched. It was a dominant day as far as Jamie Atkins and Martin Thomas were concerned, both winning 4 out of their 5 matches, and they are going to be the 2 players to beat when it comes to Friday afternoon's action. Let's talk about Martin. He's the player who's going to be top of the table going into tomorrow's proceedings. It was a slow start, but he won that opening match, and towards the end of the session he just looked like he was getting better, looking like the type of player that's got through to weekly semi-finals in the past.
He laid it down to Jamie Atkins, didn't he, at the end there, in that really good game to see us out of the session. But I felt Martin Adams today was steady, was consistent, was very one-paced. We know he's got gears. We know he can go up a level above where he was today. And maybe he needed today just to sort of get himself back into the swing of things. And if that's the case, then this is quite ominous for the rest of the group, because Martin would have been worried about today. He would have been a little bit sort of, how's this going to go? And you need that first game, or at least those first couple of games, to go right. Because if some of them doesn't go right in those games, you don't have the belief and the confidence that you can turn it around. And the fact they went well for him at the start has just set him off for the rest of the group.
And you can relate to this because you've had time away, then you've come back. First of all, what are those nerves like when you come back into something like that? And secondly, what's the feelings when you try to react to playing in an environment like that again?
Okay, so nerves, there isn't any, because the only sort of nerves you get come from what's going to have the uncertainty. But in general, you don't feel pressure, as in like an expectation or to try and go and produce something. It's all just those internal factors, like what's going to happen here? How's it going to go? So it's a thought pattern, but you don't kind of get the physical reactions you do as when maybe you're playing as a continuum. So he would have came into that quite calm, maybe just like feeling it out. The nerves come now, because now he's in a position where he needs to ask himself to deliver, to go finish the job and get into Saturday. This is where it gets edgy.
In terms of Jamie Atkins, will you be pleased with that day? 4 from 5. Some of the performances towards the end look very strong.
If you look at Jamie Atkins as a day and you do it as a graph, it's going up. It's going into takeoff mode. That last game was absolutely brilliant from Jamie Atkins. He really shown what he can do. We've said all week we're looking forward to this group to see how it goes, and Jamie Atkins is a player that our attention has drawn to on many occasions, who hasn't had success yet here, who we feel is going to. And that last performance certainly shown that he's capable of doing that. The right two players are at the top of the group, and Jamie Atkins showing why he's favourite.
Let's have a look at said table, because Martin Thomas and Jamie Atkins both on 8 points respectively. Kevin Mills 6 points. He'd be disappointed with that in the end because he won his first 3 matches, but Robert Thornton down the bottom of the table without a win to his name. It felt like one of those days, and we said it on commentary, where whatever did go wrong, did go wrong.
From the very start, Robert had very little in terms of being able to deal with things today. And that's because he's been here all week and it's not gone well for him. When you get into that mode, when you get into that negative place, it doesn't take much to take you out. And I'm going to pinpoint a couple of legs back to back. He had 3 darts, hit the treble 20 and not stay in the board. And they were clear treble 20s as well. Sometimes you throw a dart, it comes out, you're not quite sure where it's gone. With that one, you knew that it was a treble 20. So Robert knew he had 180 points on the floor within 2 legs. That frustration builds, it boils over, it carries over to the next thing. Then he misses a double, that carries, and then you think, well, I should have had an extra 3 darts at this double that I'm not going to get. And it sets off this spiraling negative pattern that ultimately we've seen Robert Thornton fall into all week.
And then he hits the 167.
Just moments, isn't it? When you've got quality, when you've got class, you can pull something out at any time. And that's why people will still fear playing Robert Thornton. Despite the fact he's bottom of the table, despite the fact he's not winning a game today, despite the fact he's not had a good week, people will still fear him tomorrow. I can guarantee the odds compilers aren't going to go, Robert Thornton's lost all his games today, let's make 1 to 5s and make big favourites against him, because everyone's going to fear what he can do in flash moments. It's just, can he string enough together? I think he's still going to play a part.
Well, Group C is one of 2 sessions that we are watching today. Group B gets underway tonight from 10. These are the players in the middle of your screen there that you can see. They're going to be the players in action. Danny Jansen, Caron Crabtree, Chris Gilliland, Kevin Burness and Aidan Kirk all in action. I want to in particular talk about the 3 players that are coming in, and Kevin Burness in particular, because he's a player that we saw really blossom in our previous studio in Southampton. Got his tour card. Didn't quite work out on tour for him. First time in this building. Are there big expectations on his shoulders, or do we not quite know what we're going to see from Kev?
Kevin's a really interesting case. Now, when we look at Kevin Burness, I said at the time I thought it was a mistake. And history tells us maybe it was. It might not have been. It might have gone the other way. That's the chance you take. At the point Kevin Burness won that tour card, he was in the Seniors World Championships, would probably have been a prominent figure on there, certainly with the darts and the level of which he was playing. He was playing a level that would be winning weeks here. He was playing levels that would be challenging for those major senior titles, certainly those floor events, and especially in the early days of the seniors, where the standard wasn't what it is now. Kevin Burness could have really exposed that system and picked himself up some titles that will carry him around for the rest of his life. However, he got his card, went and swam with the Sharks, and with that, found that that level he was playing wasn't quite enough. He probably in hindsight, he'd go, do you know what, if I could do it again, I wouldn't go for that tour card. However, he's here now a couple of years later, but is it too late, or does that journey continue? That's what we're going to find out tonight.
What about Caron Crabtree? Good day yesterday. Is it a case of just backing it up now? Do you feel like now that he's had those couple of days, we didn't quite go to plan? Still played at a very good level, it should be stated, but now he's got in the groove of things. You don't expect anything different from here on in.
Caron Crabtree is another one of those cases, like we just said with Robert Thornton. There's going to be a fear factor about him. People know what he can do. They know what his ceiling is. They know where he's going. He's got to put something right here, though, because last time he was here, he failed to get through to Saturday, and that was a full week. He had 2 opportunities, didn't get through. Didn't really perform in Group A, stumbled over the line into a Group B qualification. Now the question marks come on him as well. So this just poses how interesting tonight's going to be, because we could have a very, very high standard, but lots of different stories developing.
And more question marks on you from 10 o'clock as we see Group B get underway. Matt, thank you so much for your company. For now, we'll see you 10 o'clock sharp on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B gets underway. But as far as this afternoon is concerned, Martin Thomas and Jamie Atkins top Group C. Bye from us.